presentations this morning, and I have the immense pleasure of chairing this session on the place of the horse in court society with 4 presentations. The first 2 through to 10:30 approximately, after which you will have some time to ask any questions about those first 2 presentations, and then we'll continue the session with 2 more presentations, and then we'll finish with a series of questions. It's always a great pleasure to introduce Karine Macrath, head of the Archives Department at the Palace of Versailles, who is behind this conference, with the Cultural Development Department and Hélène Delanex, who has worked a lot on putting together today's program and who has worked for many years on this subject, on horses. So she has worked in particular at the Georges Pompidou Center and the Réunion des Musées Nationaux and the Louvre Museum, and she joined the Château de Versailles to create the Archives Department, which she has headed since 2005 or 6, 2003. So even before I arrived, so since 2003. She has published a certain number of articles on this subject in different magazines, Château de Versailles, in the Catalogue du Cheval, and in exhibition catalogues, and also books to be published soon on horses at Chantilly, among other things. She has also taken part in the conference held on the 1st of August at the Palace of Versailles, organized by the World Library for Horses. I'm going to hand over to her for a presentation which is quite complex on what equestrian art is for half an hour. It's 9:35, and so that means you have until 10:05. So thank you very much. And
Thank you very much, Mathieu. I'm particularly happy to be here this morning next to you, Mathieu. Just a word about today. We have the pleasure of gathering historians, specialists of horse riding and the equestrian art. I'm delighted. This hadn't happened since the 90s in the Versailles Castle. So we're very happy with the entire department, the CRCV, the curators, to have a chance to organize such international days. Thank you for highlighting the work of Laurent Salomé and saying that I've been working on this topic for a few years. I continue to explore, understand, and discover. I'm not talking about what the equestrian art is, but also the cultural foundations of the equestrian art, which is complex but also extremely interesting. I'm going to take stock on my current investigations, which is some of things that we already know and also some new things, hopefully. First of all, we will wonder together what the equestrian art is. It's a title, a word that some use today still, and I heard a quote from Bartabas, who said, when the horse riders try to forget their know-how, they talk about equestrian art. So there's this noble aspect, some exaggeration possibly. In the 17th and 18th century, in the modern era, few people, well, the term equestrian art was not mentioned a lot. People talked about riding a horse in general, horseback riding. And the term équitation in French refers to walking or a walk, horse, riding a horse, or maybe with a therapeutic purpose for health purposes. Of course, Montaigne talked a lot about his horse riding travels. Duc de Puy, who said in his diary that he went with his grandson horse riding to improve his health. And the term équitation in French, horse riding, started emerging in the first half of the 18th century In 1870, two treaties were published called the Treaty of Horse Riding, Traité d'équitation, which was a new term. There's also the term of cavalerie. François de la Guinière, with his treaty École de cavalerie, is also an equivalent. Cavalerie, the art of riding a horse, has a similar meaning. So what does that mean? First of all, when talking about art, we don't mean an artistic manner. It's more the science, the trade of riding a horse, but it also means making nature perfect or improving nature. The art is meant in this way of using the capacities of a horse to magnify them. So it's this idea of working with a horse, training it in order to use their natural capacities in order to magnify them or improve them, in order to make it easier. Buffon said, "Here is the horse whose talents have been developed and the art improved their natural capacities." Riding a horse means riding on a saddle, as Fortier says, but also learning how to use the riding arena, how to manage the horse. By manège, we mean the location, the riding arena, and the modern meaning, but it also means the exercise itself. And this concept of a manège was very important at the time. I found 629 results in the encyclopedia with that term manège. So it covers different ways of talking about horse riding in a specific manner. In addition, the equestrian art, or horse riding, I will switch from one to the other regularly, had a meaning that was much more developed than just being on a horse. The treaties of horse riding go from choosing the horse, how to choose a horse, what are their qualities depending on their origin or the color of their coat. Then there's dressage, training the horse, and also how to maintain the horse, the anatomy, how to cure it, to maintain their health. As you can see, this goes way beyond than one could imagine when talking about equestrian art. When you think about the manège concept, the different positions of the horse, which relates to the excellency of what can be done with a horse. However, working on your horse includes this type of exercise. This is Pierre de Lanno's treaty, and I chose those images because it's very telling to us, especially after the Olympics recently. So it's quite modern in a way. So this is practice in case of a joust or when using weapons. This is Pluvinel's treaty. So that was the education provided to Louis XIII with some sort of exercise in the riding arena. Mathieu and I received the same education at La Sorbonne on behaviors and mentalities, so I'm also using this approach of history, cultural history, so how is horse riding explained? How their origins are explained? Of course, the references come from ancient history, from mythology. Alexander taming Bucephalus, of course, is an easy example of the ideal of dressage. This is a representation in the Petite Écurie on the city side, which is quite surprising. For very long, many in the small La Petite Écurie, you only had one type of horse, carriage horses, and in the great equerie, the great stables, you can find free horses. So it's interesting to note that these are free horses that were chosen to represent the first stables. Here on this coin, it's also a free horse, and I might have an explanation to this. From Pluvinel, who explained that he often worked on free foals to better judge on their capacities. That might be an explanation. Free horses can also be found on sculptures, including in the Versailles Palace. This is Europe represented by a horse on the shield. Ancient Greece also raised a lot of questions, and there were debates in the 18th century on whether the Greeks practiced horse riding before the Troy War. They did master the art of carriages, but we're not sure about horse riding. Xenophon is one of the first treaties, but he's not mentioned in the sources before Dupaty-de-Clam, who translated it in his own horse riding treaty in 1771. There are references to the Amazon horse riding or side horse riding. Marie-Laure will speak about this at length, but it became an analogy to describe women horse riders. The riding arenas, and there were only two in Versailles. When the court started living here, it's actually in the great stables, used the themes of history and mythology, which is also a way to relate horse riding to its roots. Ardessin des Galants Morts mentioned the civil war in Granada in the 15th century and the Amazon about Alexandre et Stalistris.
Oui, c'est ça. Donc Pégase, évidemment, alors qui est très fréquemment convoqué.
Pegasus is also often mentioned for Grison, for example, the author of the treaty in the 16th century. Bellérophon, who was the first inventor or the first person to ride a horse on Pegasus. So to him, it was some sort of origin of horse riding. Mercure Galant mentioned the centaurs, people of the Thessaly who may have invented the art of riding a horse as well. Chiron, here on the screen, to represent education. Pascal will mention this later as well, maybe. In actual history in Italy, we know that the gentry went to Italy to be trained to horse riding up until the 16th century. For example, Maréchal de Bassompierre in his memoirs explained how he learned how to ride a horse. He toured Italy, he went to several schools. And the Italian origins were also marked by vocabulary specific to equestrian art. For example, the term manège, riding area, comes from the Italian maneggiare, which means to manage. And those Italian origins are not particularly visible. La Guérigna mentioned it a little bit when he talked about dressage, talking about the times where people went to Italy to be trained, but it's quite rare, actually. And I felt that this was not highlighted greatly. In any case, in the 18th century, authors said that horse riding or equestrian art had been practiced since forever. So they don't really talk about the origin or the history of horse riding. Another legitimization is chivalry, which evolved due to the fact that the equestrian art is mainly focused on the gentlemen, those going to war. So there is a relationship, but chivalry is no longer mentioned in the 17th or 18th century as an origin for horse riding. The equestrian art as a culture at the court. I could have developed this, and I could have done other presentations on this, but I chose a few examples which I believe are quite telling on the importance of the equestrian art at the court. You know that the kings were trained to ride a horse. It was almost part of their position, but this is, of course, part of a context. It's not specific to kings. In the past, people used to focus on the monarch, but these values are shared with the gentry and the aristocracy more generally. Pierre de l'Étoile, in his diary, talked about an anecdote about Henry III, 1584, enjoying riding a horse and making it jump. This is interesting to read because you can see that Henry III knew how to manage his horse. A gentleman told him, "My cousin de Guise ever saw a monk like me who can make their horse jump?" He was informed that Mr. de Guise had said that the king made the life of a monk and not the opposite. So you can see how much of a distinction there is between the king and the society of the court. Regularly in the literature you can find sayings such as, "He was admirably skilled at riding a horse," and as soon as one wants to qualify somebody riding a horse, it often comes along, well, I've never seen anybody described as a poor horse rider, to the point that I started thinking it was maybe just a literature style, so this requires caution. But this really shows how much of a value this is. One thing that's very important, as soon as we talk about equestrian art and horse riding, we need to talk about the relationship with the horse. The admiration created by the horse, which is also a very interesting topic, but a vast one as well. And De Grisonne wrote, for example, "The most generous animal in the world, brave, obedient." I won't quote Buffon, which is also part of the exhibition, Horse in Majesty. We know them. But there's a whole literature around the quality of horses, who's almost halfway through between a man and an animal. And the way their body parts are described are close to men, because we talk about mouth, legs, feet, just like a human. Another aspect that I was very interested in Here you can see a painting of the riding arena in the great stables. And in this image, but it's more visible in this representation of the horse riders of the Galland-Mort riding arena, that the equipment of the horse, the harness, the saddle, etc., match the clothes of the rider. I think it's very interesting because it's almost anthropological, and there are probably explanations to this. Of course, there's the military aspect, because in the battlefield you need to be able to identify the horse rider and the horse, which helps. But it also relates to petting the animal. So it's a way to show who it's owned by. I also found a very interesting example of Henry III. When he chose his favorite, had him dressed just like him. So it really shows the relationship with the owner. And about the relationship with horses, which is a very close one, there's also how beautiful the way it's perceived as a beautiful animal, which can be found. One moment, I'm a bit lost in my notes.
D'accord. Voilà. Donc, la beauté des chevaux au travail.
The beauty of horses at work was represented in this well-known treaty from César Fieschi in the 16th century, where he represented the exercises and with those descriptions, it shows the pace that the horse needs to keep and the horse rider needs to maintain with the horse. The dance of horses is also mentioned in the treaties, especially from Le Piaffe, the jumps. So it's perceived as a choreography called a dance in the 16th century, which also gets us closer to Italy and to dancing in general. The whole vocabulary of dancing is used to describe the training of a horse. This was the next part. There you go, the partition. There's also the aspect of a show or entertainment to horse riding, which relates to the activities of the court. Jousts and tournaments are choreographed and staged, which of course always requires to pay attention to the physical aspect, knowing that you're being watched. And based on this is what I call grace and comfort. It's a shortcut. There's a wider range of definitions, freedom. But to me, freedom is more of a synonymous of flexibility. But grace is definitely a word that is very recurrent, which should lead us to wonder whether this still has the same meaning or had the same meaning as it does today. In any case, it's a very important aspect, and the horse rider needs to be very cautious with the gestures. There's a whole method to reach that ideal of grace. Looking comfortable shows that the horse rider easily rides the horse, to the point that it almost became a substrate. It's a way to qualify horse riding. When in Portugal, for example, with Dom Duarte in the 16th century, or even before that, the spiritual aspect is included in the description of horse riding, which is not the case in France. But there's really the appearance. That's a way to present horse riding in an ideal manner. Of course, it's not specific to horse riding. The same expectations can be found in dancing and any other body-related exercise. Michael Bouffard presented a thesis on happiness and good grace, and he described the different phases of this from the 16th century up to the Revolution. Of course, I'm going to mention Castiglione, one of the great examples of courtiers who really showcase those aspects of horse riding. And there's also a saying from La Rochefoucauld who said, good grace is to the body what common sense is to the spirit. So these are a few representations, well-known representations, of course, that can be deciphered now around equestrian art. Young Louis XV is practicing in the riding arena, and you can see the horse who's paying attention to the instructions of the rider. In this piece, which is often used to understand the history of Versailles, we can see the horse who's paying attention to the instructions of the rider as well. Here it's a little less obvious, but it's in the gardens of Versailles, so I wanted to show it. And this is the departure for a hunt around the orangerie, but you can really see the grace in the representation. To the point that I have a suggestion. Knowing how important horse riding was for that society, it's almost a mark of the civilization. As a horse rider, I know how important it is to find this harmony with your horse and to be smooth in the relationship and light as well. It almost leads me to wonder whether horse riding conditioned those aspects and those concepts of grace for courtiers. Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup Karine pour cette belle communication et surtout d'avoir tenu ton temps et cette interrogation finale.
Thank you very much for this final question, which leads us to wonder who made the courtier. Is it the horse, or was it the courtier making the horse? I won't dwell on this. I'm going to give the floor. And thank you so much for the etymology and the origins of the equestrian art, horse riding, horseback riding, the different ways to describe this activity. I must admit that I always said there were no saddled horses in the small stables. This is wrong, so I'm taking note. And then we'll probably come back to other questions in a moment. But thank you very much. And I hope that you can set your questions aside to ask them after Philippe's presentation, who is going to join us now.
Alors, c'est pour moi aussi un immense...
Okay, it's immense pleasure for me to welcome Philippe, but like all the people who are here this morning, many of whom I've known for many years. Philippe is president of the Scientific Council of the Château de Versailles Research Centre. He's also a renowned historian, a member of the Society for Court Studies and the Institute of Historical Research at the University of London. He was the founder and chief editor for many years of the Court Historian Journal. And after studies at Oxford and London, and research on France. He got his PhD in 78 on the court of France at a time when everybody was working on the court before Versailles. He worked on the court of France, and his thesis was 1814 to 1830, which was then followed by a superb book on the court of France between 1799 and 1830. He didn't settle for that, in that he worked much on the court of France and all matters related to it, a biography of Louis XVIII, which has just been re-edited at Perrin in the Comtesse collection, which just came out a few days ago. Have you received your copy? Yes, I have. And a superb biography of the Prince as a Prince of Europe. And it's really this aspect, and what I'd like to stress here with Philippe, is that this is a link in Franco-English friendship, who has fought in particular against Brexit until death, and who is a humanist and who really brings our two countries together more closely culturally. I won't mention everything, as you've done the exhibitions on Marie Antoinette at the Tuileries, on which you worked, and many other things. And most importantly now, you're going to talk about kings and horses between luxury and flight from Louis XIV through to Charles X. And many thanks to you, Philippe. Thank you, Mathieu, and thank you for everybody for this magnificent conference and the incredible exhibition that we saw yesterday, which taught me many things I didn't know. The PowerPoint should be there somewhere. Did you put it on here? I sent it a few days ago. I can see it there. It's there, the PowerPoint. So we've talked a lot about equestrian culture, and the exhibition is on equestrian culture, but in my opinion, we should also talk about the political aspects of the stables and equestrian culture. Everything at Versailles had a political basis, and to govern, perhaps, essentially in France, you needed excellent horses and carriages, and I think this is one of the reasons for which, as we said yesterday, the King of France was the only monarch in Europe, as far as I know, who had two stables, the great stables and the small stables, founded in 1582, at the time of the Wars of Religion. And it's perhaps because he had his own stables at his disposal of King Henry III that he founded this. I think the Grand Equerry at the time was one of his enemies. It was a prince of the House of Lorraine. And so Henry III, who was one of the kings who learnt this useful art of leaving Paris at the right moment. And on the 13th of May, 1588, Paris was in the hands of the League, his enemies, and Catholics, and he left Paris on horseback with his equerries and his stables through the Tuileries gardens. And I will always come back to the political landscape of Versailles and Paris and the importance of having stables at the back of the palace and not in front of it to make it easier to run away from the good citizens. And so we have this vision, this somewhat serene vision of Louis XIII on horseback, the royal arena, the art of handling horses, which was also a metaphor for the art of controlling and leading the kingdom, but also under Louis XIII, there was the political role of the stables. His favorite became Monsieur le Grand, and by the fact of being Grand Equerry of France, he had constant access to the king, his closest friends, Louis and Cinq-Mars, and at one point he was very close to power and managed to unseat Richelieu in Narbonne in 1642, not 82, as I said. And there's just a few moments where the Secretary of State had access to Louis XIII when they arrested Monsieur le Grand rather than Cardinal Richelieu, which shows the importance of the role of the Grand Equerry. And then there is another very important personality who was mentioned yesterday, Monsieur de Berenguin, of Dutch origin, which shows the mobility of the court of France. People could come from outside the kingdom and have a very important position at the court. And in June 1649, it was him who organized the flight of the court once again via the gardens of the Tuileries when Paris revolted. And there's a famous description of by Grande Mademoiselle in her memoirs, who said she never saw Queen Anne of Austria as happy as during this successful flight from Paris. And so it's a very important role. And I always find it surprising that the kings did not also have an emergency stable, just in case they needed to flee, which was often something they needed to do. But perhaps but that was originally what the little stables were there for. Obviously, we can't. But during La Fronde, the stables also played an important role in 1652 in helping Louis XIV to flee from the rebel armies of the Prince of Condé in Gien. And Louis XIV is perhaps the king who was the best at riding a horse, and the kings were always to be shown displayed on horseback, but he could spend all day on horseback with his soldiers. In 1655, Mazarin describes days where they never stopped. He doesn't tire after 15 hours on horseback. As a young man, and there was the famous carousel, which we mentioned yesterday. And you have to imagine the audience around, and this is a celebration for Paris as much as for the court. And there's also the music of the horses at this carousel. We could perhaps have a whole other conference on music and horses and music and the armies. And you see here the parade or the ornament on the equipment of the horses, which you also see very clearly in the exhibition. And here you see the king himself in all his splendor, always on his horse. From the 19th September 1671, he went from Fontainebleau to Vincennes, then from Vincennes to Paris and to Versailles on horseback, and he may then have gone to Fontainebleau all in the same day. Is it possible? And when Berenguin wasn't there, he would choose his own horses. There are letters between Louis XIV and Berenguin saying that there will be new horses that have appeared in the stables, and he was interested in horses. And there was this ballet of gifts of horses between monarchs, which we heard about yesterday. You see here this famous painting of the arrival of Louis XIV at Versailles, and you see on the right the splendor of the horses, the carriages, and the guards around the royal carriage. And you also see on the left in this painting, perhaps someone in the room could tell me what those white horses were there for. Did Louis XIV himself choose a special breed of horse for his stables? And what was the symbolism of the white horse for the kings? Versailles was a palace of horses, and Marly also, when you see in this painting showing this extraordinary drinking place in front of Marly, which I think is the only one of its kind, where they could also wash the horses. And the horses of Marly. And here you see a map which shows the travels of Louis XIV around France. He wasn't a prisoner of Versailles, far from it. Even after settling in Versailles, he continued to travel to the Netherlands in times of war, to Strasbourg, to Luxembourg. And so he was always traveling, often in a carriage. When he traveled to Strasbourg or to Luxembourg, he had 400 carriages with people of the court, servants around him. And this is all described by the foreign authors. And I'm now going to show you some portraits of Louis XIV, well-known portraits of Louis XIV on his horse, to show that he's not just a king on horseback, but a king who was often painted on horseback. Here you see him in 1668 at the Museum of Douai. La Levade is the name, the title. Here, crossing the Rhine in 1672 by Van der Meulen on a white horse. At Porte Saint-Martin, 1672, again on horseback. This is in front near Maastricht in 1673, entering in triumph like a Roman Empire. Here a painting by Mignard. And this shows the popularity of the image of Louis XIV, because on the right you have his worst enemy, William III, by Kneller. And he looks a little like Louis XIV. It's the same sort of symbolism, surrounded by the gods. And here you have a favorite of Louis XIV, who has been somewhat forgotten, the first bastard son of his cousin Charles II, the Duke of Monmouth, who served in the French army at the time of the war, the Franco-English War against the Dutch in 1670. He was a colonel of the army, much loved by Louis XIV, and who also, in 1683, according to a paper, he organized the first horse race in Paris long before the Anglomania of the 18th century. This is a portrait by a French painter in England, Henri Gascard, and this can be admired at the Castle of Boughton, which is really a key centre for French culture in England. And King Louis XIV was always on horseback. Here you see him in front of Besançon in 1676, I believe. Painted by Ouas. He's getting a bit heavier here. And here one of the last horseback portraits in front of Namur in 1692 by Mignard. And then, of course, there is the famous sculpture by Bernini, and the portraits of horses offered by towns and cities as gifts. So a horse was a gift worthy of the great king. And so here you see the saddles that can be seen in the exhibition. The finest French saddles were made of in Sweden, and here in Dresden also, here a gift offered to Augustus. And here a description of the reception of horses and saddles by the court of Sweden. Can we make that a bit bigger? I hope you can read. And so They spent hours admiring the horses, and not only the horses, and the Queen of Sweden touched the horses, embraced the horse, and admired the saddles almost as much, and the stirrups. They admired the composition, and the Swedish said they had never seen anything as well designed in terms of embroidery or in terms of weaponry. And all the onlookers were dazzled by the splendor of the gift, and they would weigh the stirrups of solid silver in their hands to see just how heavy they were. So this French gift really was something of immense importance at the court of Sweden. And also, we've talked a little about feminism yesterday, the feminism of Versailles, another subject with a future. And I would like to show you some very fine portraits of this from this magnificent museum of Tissy in Le Mans, although there are other versions in other museums. And there's of course a museum in Sweden where we see the ladies of the court riding side saddle, as a symbol of the culture of Versailles and the court of France. So here, on the left, you have the Duchess de la Vallière, mistress of Louis XIV, and on the right, the Duchess of Bouillon, who would be implicated in the scandal of the poisons. And we understand why it was said that Paris was hell for horses, but a paradise for women. And you see that the artist really emphasizes, obviously, the splendor of the clothing of the horsewomen. Here in front of Fontainebleau, I think it is. Others here. The Countess of Soissons, superintendent of the Queen's suite or house, in front of Vincennes, and the Duchesse de la Ferté in front of Fontainebleau. So women wanted to have their portraits painted on horseback, and here you see another woman on a horse, the last favorite of Louis XIV, the Duchess of Fontanges, and that was a friendship that they had established during rides and hunts. Louis XIV loved riding, going out riding with women, and here we see him in front of the castle of Meudon. This was one of the pleasures of the court of France, to go out on rides with the king in the forests around Paris and Versailles. And here you have a view of Versailles, which shows on the right the great stables, on the left the small stables, if I've got them the right way around. And the other view we have here, the very famous view, which shows the importance and the presence, the constant presence of horses in the courtyards around the Palace of Versailles. And the king, of course, was also sculpted on horseback by Girardon. And in cities in the provinces, there were 15 or 20 provincial cities that had equestrian statues of Louis made to show royal power. And from Louis XIV to Louis XVI, over this time there was a century of peacetime, but there were moments which were rather more difficult. For example, Mr. de Berenguin, the first equerry, was seized on the 7th of March 1707 between Sèvres and Versailles, seized by enemy horsemen allied to the Dutch, which shows just the extent to which Versailles had become vulnerable. And under Louis XIV, there were perhaps 600 horses in the royal stables, the small stables and the great stables, sorry. And there was this diplomacy of the horse, the gifts which were exchanged also with the monarchs of Morocco and Tunis, just as much in the same way that there were the same gifts with the European monarchs. And the Grand Equerry was of such importance as a figure that he headed the royal stud farms. It wasn't the Secretary of State for Commerce, it was the Grand Equerry who headed this very important branch for the army and for royal authority. And we see in the marvelous memoirs of the Chevalier d'Arvieux, who was consul of France in many places, but notably in Aleppo, and who came regularly to Versailles. He would talk about the Arab horses which had been bought for the royal stables, and he said that the Arab horse traders were aware of the new genealogy of their horses much better than most of the French nobility. And finally, to come back to the political problems for the stables, under Louis XVI, we see that this is, if you like, the peak of the royal stables, perhaps even more. Louis XIV had perhaps 650 horses. Louis XVI, according to the articles of Henri Lemoine, had 2,215 horses in 1784. So this is incredible extravagance under Louis XVI, who is much less sparing in his expenditure than was said. And the Petit stables were abolished in 87, and in 1789 there were only 1,125 horses in the royal stables, and in the end the Queen's stables were even merged with the King's stables in December 89 to save money. But the Queen didn't follow all the rules. She didn't ride side saddle, but astride the horse. Here we have a famous painting by Brun. And I won't say too much here about the flight to Varennes, about which much has been read and written, but in which the horse's carriage and speed were of such importance. If the royal family had found other horses, there's always these ifs in history. And in 1789, on the 5th and 6th of October, there were projects to flee to Rambouillet, but 3 times the horses they stopped the horses leaving. That was the problem, having the stables in front of the palace where they could be observed, rather than having the stables hidden behind the palace, or perhaps they should have hidden some carriages and horses behind the palace. But what I would like to, as it's now the 200th anniversary of the death of Louis XVIII, and this is a successful flight now, the flight of Monsieur the King's brother, alone with the captain of the guard. He left his wife to succeed in his flight much more quickly, much more easily, and it was only 24 hours he got from Paris to Mons in 91. And we have the tale of this flight by Monsieur, published during his reign. And in the end, the flight was successful not only because of the horses, but also because of the type of carriage that was found, with different open carriages, post carriages, the different types of carriages which were available, and the fear of not finding horses if Madame was taking the same road. Obviously, it depends on the quality of the coachman as well. But as the carriage was small, it took only 24 hours from Paris to Mons. And there were some terrible moments when they changed horses, but in the end, it all went It went well. Here we have the Count of Avaray, who arranged all of that for Louis XVIII, Duc d'Avaray, and who, thanks to the success of this flight, remains the favourite of the king during his time abroad until his death. And with Napoleon, as you all know, horses and carriages were present in great splendour. Here you have the procession of the Emperor to Notre Dame for his coronation in 1804. And a key figure of his regime was Caulaincourt, who was not only Grand Equerry, but who was also a political figure, partly because of his position at the court as Grand Equerry. He would organize the horses and the other equerries for the emperor, but he was also the ambassador to Russia, serving as a link between Napoleon and Alexander I, and also Minister for Foreign Affairs on an interim basis and an advocate of peace. And so a leading political figure, especially in 1814 and in 1815, it was him, more or less, at least according to his own memoirs, but also according to the correspondence found at the time, who organized the abdication of the emperor at Fontainebleau. So a Grand Equerry who was a very great politician as well. And it would be interesting to have more publications about him and his hidden role in pushing in favor of peace, which brings us back to several different uses at the court of France under Bonaparte, including the portraits of horses. So, of course, there is the flight from Moscow to Paris, where Caulaincourt was alone with the emperor. Another flight by Louis XVIII, again successful, as he fled Paris on the 19th of March under torrential rain, but he managed to escape to Ghent. Everything was well organized and well planned, well in advance, and he swore that he would die for Paris, but in fact he escaped. His successor, Charles X, was an excellent horseman who looks much younger in the paintings when he's on horseback than on the throne. An excellent horseman. Here you see his procession coming back from his coronation in Reims, which we will be celebrating next year with an exhibition at the Mobilier National. Louis-Philippe was also a king who liked to be on horseback. Here we have the famous portrait by Vernet, but his regime was destroyed by a horse accident when his eldest son, Ferdinand Philip, Duke of Orléans, died on the 13th of July, 1842. And the 1848 revolution, long expected, once again, the stables of the king were in front of the Palace of the Tuileries, so much more accessible to the revolutionary crowd, who destroyed horses and carriages by fire. But fortunately, there were small carriages near the Palace of the Tuileries and on Place de la Concorde, and the king was able to leave in this way, and there's a quite extraordinary description. There were 4 women carrying 4 children in the carriage, and the king said, "Get out, all of you." And he fled with his own wife, leaving the princess and the other members of the royal family to manage for themselves. So a fairly pathetic flight, not well organized, and the king himself said, 100 times worse than Charles X. So, one of the lessons of the court of France is that when you're going to flee, you should organize it well, especially if it's the 19th century. And to finish, we'll have the flight of Empress Eugenie from the Louvre. So this is an artificial, in fact, a photograph which has been forged, but she managed to find a carriage, and she left with the help of a foreigner in the same, with Dr. Evans, an American dentist who was fashionable in Paris at the time, and she would sometimes use the train to Mantes, Lisieux and Évreux, and she fled to safety in Deauville. And so we see the importance of the horse in political life, and unfortunately for us, one of the current heads of state who's the most interested in horses for ceremonial purposes and for propaganda purposes is President Putin. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Philippe.
Thank you very much, Philippe.
So thank you for that.
The 14th up to the Empress in 1870 and up to Vladimir Putin. Thank you very much for presenting the political aspect and the great role of the Grand Equerry at all times, the political role, but also in terms of representation. And I'm now going to call Karine on stage for the questions before the break. If you want to comment or ask questions about the presentation on the foundations of the equestrian art by Karen McGrath, or the presentation by Philippe Mansell on kings and horses, flights, over to you. Yes, over there. We're going to bring you a microphone. A question for Mr. Mansell. You talked about the relationship between horses and the flights from kings, and one of the huge mistakes by Louis XVI, amongst others, which was to not flee on the night of the 5th to the 6th of October, which was a huge mistake, but there was also a previous mistake about a potential departure when he organized the États Généraux in '89. Some ministers advised him not to hold them at Versailles for security purposes because it was too close to Paris, which was very agitated. The recommendation was to organize this in Rouen, which could allow for a potential flight. And he refused for quite a pathetic reason, meaning that he wanted to continue to hunt in Versailles or Mali, etc. Thank you. Thank you very much. I agree. Places and locations are also protagonists in stories, just like men, women, or horses. More questions? If we don't have more questions, then I might take this opportunity to have the floor. Maybe I didn't hear you properly, but you talked about the fact that poor horse riders were never mentioned, or you'd never found. I do have a case. One of Louis XIV's equerries had the audacity of telling him that his sons were bad riders, poor riders, but it's quite rare. We do know that what is highlighted goes against the norm, so we would know. You also mentioned the partition, and I thought it was very interesting, but you only showed one example. You talked about dancing and choreography, which of course resonates with the feuillet singing, you know, the little notes for choreographies. But we only had one example, so I wondered whether this was just like a music partition or if it also included moves, just like for choreography for those who know about dancing. You know, those notes invented in the 19th century? I'm not sure it's that artistic, but there are different slides. I showed several, actually, too. But I think it's very specific to horse riding, so it's really to show the pace of the horse. I have a question, two actually, Mr. Mancel. Regarding your presentation, which was very interesting, horses are very important when entering a city, when conquering a city, when the kings enter a city. And there's a lot of representations of a triumphant entrance of a king, of a prince, entering a city who conquered a city either through force or diplomacy. So let's not remember just this negative image of a fleeing horse. There are also some very nice entrances of kings and princes into cities. For Mrs. McGrath, the equestrian art, as you described it, existed way before the Italian period, and there were carousels of children in the Greek Empire. There were some amazing descriptions of horses dancing, jumping around. So this concept was not born in Italy. It goes way back, and the equestrian culture existed way before. Yes, of course, I also mentioned it. But in the modern era, the gentry started being trained in Italy, so the Italian era had a strong impact. But I agree, of course, it doesn't mean that it was born in Italy, but the court horse riding practice in the 17th and 18th centuries were shaped by this Italian influence. I have a question for you. Did Queen Marie Antoinette, was she the only woman in Versailles? Did she really do this? Yes, of course. Marie-Laure will talk about this in a moment. Women used to ride astride when they hunted, for example. It was more convenient, less dangerous, but it was not systematic. It's a bit difficult to really understand, but riding astride started at least during the reign of Louis XIV, but Marie-Laure has worked on those aspects. So I think there was a thesis on this where Mrs. de la Guette, or yes. In any case, you'll talk about this later on. Yes, I'd like to talk about the question on Fieschi's treaty on the partitions. It's just for the pace. We couldn't see it in the image, but there was also a line drawn. Usually this was used for battles. And even before Feuillet's treaty, Tarnaud-Arbeau, the first treaty on dancing, it already included the match with the musical partition and the steps. So it's part of this time in the 16th century when treaties emerged around dancing, and so that was a series of moves associated with dancing and then horse riding. So it's really part of this literature of moves that started emerging in that period. could relate this also to some drawings showing the position of, so it kind of relates to what was done about dancing as well. Another question, yes?
Je voulais juste ajouter.
Yes, I just wanted to add an observation about what Mr. Mansell said around the cost of the stables in 1789, which was one of the many reasons for the deficit of the state at the time. I was wondering whether we could not relate it with today's situation. Regarding the cost of the stables, it was the most expensive service of the court after the Restoration. Louis XVIII's restoration was also the one of the Alsace Knight, a person who practiced the equestrian art at the end of the 19th century. He managed the stables and the École des Pages, which came back to Versailles, and under Charles X, he couldn't say no to the Duke of Polignac, the brother of Jules de Polignac, Grand Equerry of the King. There were controversies and complaints around the cost of the stables and the behavior of the pages in the stables, just like under the ancient regime. Yes, a final question maybe? Yes, I have a question. Grisonnet, in his book, wrote a sentence saying that the equestrian art developed at the court of Alphonse V in Naples. And I see that it's pretty much the same time as the fall of Byzantium during the war with the Turkish. Has there been any investigation on the influence of Byzantium around 1453? He's also a specialist of Byzantium. I think Byzantium imitated Western Europe rather than the opposite, with tournaments under Manuel I in Constantinople, because it was very fashionable at the time in Byzantium. I don't know of any influence from Byzantium in Western Europe, but maybe there was. Around the court? No, these are the former army of Byzantium who had to flee after the Skanderbeg defeat. And Ferrante, or Alfonso, already took some, and then his son took even more. And they came with their horses, which were exceptional horses. And in the end, I'm thinking that the equestrian art must have been initiated there. And for somebody who rides a horse, of course, it's always the quality of the horse that matters the most. But I think the horses of West Europe and the kings, when they invaded the Roman Empire, was partly thanks to the mobility and the quality of the horses. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. We are going to take a 20 minutes break, and we'll start again with Marie-Laure Pelletier and Pascal Morniche at 11:10.
We're going to resume the morning's proceedings. For me, it's a great pleasure to welcome Marie-Laure Peretti, head of the World Library for the Horse project at the University of Caen and the MRSH, who has written a number of articles for the equestrian press, Sport Équestre, Jour de Cheval, and others. And for many years, she ran a specialized bookshop called Cavalivre in Paris for 10 years. And now, as I said, she is in charge of the World Library on Horses, which began in 2014 at the University of Caen, with the research center of the Maison des Sciences de l'Homme, and which is a campaign to create an inventory of writings and documents on the horse and equestrianism, with more than 16,000 titles, dedicated titles, many in digital form and freely accessible. So this is one of those documentary resources we all much appreciate when we have easy and access free of charge to these documents. Today she's going to be talking to us about a very interesting aspect, very interesting subject, women and horse riding over a very long period. There's not necessarily a starting date. She begins by talking about the sources, the documentary sources, then presents the theme, and then her presentation will end in the 19th century, but we're delighted to be able to listen to you on women and horse riding for the next 30 minutes. It's 11:13.
So first of all, I would like to thank the team here, including Karen McGrath, for this very exciting invitation, because in comparison with my usual work, which is to identify, register books, write notes, and write summaries and bios of the authors, I got a chance to see how this library worked, to look at the sources and investigate on women horse riding. We have more than 16,000 books so far, with more than 11,367 authors. And the first question I asked myself was how many women authors are in the database. And this is the answer. Not a lot. 1,948. That is less than 15%. And in order to have a comprehensive analysis, I thought it would not be very easy. In order to do so, I started using a closed corpus published between 1915 and 21 after World War I, because it's a recognized, renowned work from General Minossier Lalonde, very well known by horse riders and horse lovers. That includes more than 8,000 books, 4,500 authors, and that was the start of my work. Out of the 4,500 authors, from Xenophon to Minossier Lalonde up until 1921, there are 19 women. So that just gives you an idea of the trouble I was in to launch this source analysis. But out of these women, some of them are well known, Madame Marie Isabelle or Sterling Clark. But there were not great authors such as Xenophon La Guérinière, as mentioned earlier, Bochet d'Or. But my work started quite with a lot of difficulties. However, Minossier Lalonde, in his book, in an index, identified a category called L'équitation des dames, women horse riding, where he found less than 40 titles in French and Latin. That's about 23 authors. Less than 100 books mention women horse riding, so it's not much. And unfortunately, that was between 1806 and 1914. That was a first bias that I identified, thinking that these are texts only from the 19th century, the century where side saddle riding was the only socially accepted riding style for women. I also looked at representation to see what it looked like, including in horse riding books. There are some beautiful digitalized horse riding books. You can check them out. And the first one was from Louis Vallée, on horseback chic, which represented women on horseback. You could see women mainly side saddle riding. Well, I skipped a slide. This is Louis Vallée. As I was saying, this is quite cliché, mainly showing side saddle women. There's a quote from Aubert. Mr. de Fronteville might enjoy it. He's cautioning us and telling us that when women are represented on old paintings, they cannot be graceful unless they're riding side saddle. And with this word of caution from Aubert, I will navigate the representations we saw earlier, saying, yes, women might not be represented a lot unless they're side-saddled, because that was the only way to portray them in an elegant way. And let's get back in time. The second book I decided to showcase is from Aubry, which portrays different ways to ride a horse, slightly different from earlier. You can see women astride, in a pillar position, side saddle, with a cliché, with this Eastern woman, but it's still at least a little different. It gives a different perception. We're now at Deruet, which you will see as part of the exhibition. This painting is part of a series of 4 paintings, which includes the 4 elements. And for the air, he showcased many women horse riders, including one who's seated and who's being overthrown. Another one might have some anatomical issues. I wouldn't like to be her or her physio, but clearly she doesn't have a saddle, so it might be an exaggerated, erotic vision of women horse rider. This might lead to frivolous air or wind, but clearly it's not very realistic. But I remember the quote from Aubert, how to present this women gracefully when they're riding astride. So I started working. When I saw those sources that are missing, or some like Tavar from 1974, I have identified several practices. I'll try to describe them. The first one is called the ride double, when you're behind the rider, or à la Camarguaise. So you're behind a man, but not in the same axis, so you're not autonomous. Then it's what we call océan, 200 buts, same, in a perpendicular manner, so you're not looking at the road or you're not behind the horse, which can be a bit dangerous. Then it's the en Amazon, so that's side saddle, with the elbows in the axis, so at least you can see what's happening better, but not so stable. Finally, astride, à califourchon, which used to be a practice. So that's the different horse riding styles, and the style depending on your social class, the times, whether you were a peasant, you're from the court, if you're just going for a walk or hunting, or depending on the distance as well. And with the examples that I chose, I'll try to show the capacity to adapt to those worlds depending on the clothing constraints and, of course, the weather. The horse riders know very well what it means to navigate in a forest when it's raining, galloping behind somebody when you're getting mud on you. But now we have technical innovations with a comfortable saddle. You can ride a horse all day without being soaking wet, which was not available back then. You should also take into account the speed of the horse, the saddle, and the need to have exterior help from a man, or if women could ride a horse autonomously. So we're going to look at all this together. We often heard about the astride ride, which was supposedly complicated from an anatomical way or perspective for women. An Italian author from the 19th century, Mazzucchelli, explained that not only because of the clothing and the attitude, the anatomy did not work with this narrow side, the body of women, the character could make riding astride difficult for women. And as he said it in the French translation, this part was cut, the part on women's anatomy. Maybe he was a bit scared to include it in that version. One of the sources that often comes up when analyzing women horse riding is from Breuil-Pompey, who mentions women horse riding. But when you look at the inside, except for the title, I was very saddened to see that there was absolutely no mention of women horse riding. It's a second edition. Maybe a woman gave out to them after the first publication, or he may have thought that the title was enough and that he didn't have to have a gender-specific description of horse riding. One of the highlights in literature about women horse riding was from Catherine de Médicis, or at least for the French period in the Renaissance era. She was one of the first women to ride side saddle. She left different traces in her biographies, which give us some hints on the way she used to ride. The first one was Pierre de Brantôme. He was at the court, and in one quote, he says that she was the first woman to put her leg on the other side, that she fell repeatedly, and that she rode at 60 years old, which was clearly unprecedented at the time, but shows that she was quite a strong horse rider. However, we should know or take into account that this man really admired her, and his description should be read with caution. A second quote from Pierre de Brantôme again, I think it's on screen. Talked about a small team around her, women from the court, who also rode in the Catherine de Médicis style Amazon side saddle. And you can feel that Pierre de Brantôme was under the charm of these women, talking about feathers in the air, etc. But I guess this description was a little too enthusiastic. When they came back from hunting, they probably didn't look that elegant. The third author is Antoine Varias, who talked about her posture. He's talking about silk. He's talking about the shoes under her clothes. So these two commenters seem to describe the way she rode a horse as well, once again. I also found this quote, which is very relevant, about Gabriel d'Estrées from Pierre de l'Étoile, who said that Henry IV's favorite used to ride a horse as a man, dressed in green, and that she was capable of going home with the king in a storm, and she didn't seem to be frightened. She was not taken in a carriage to get home. She stayed next to her king. Once again, with this very pragmatic approach, I wondered about the state of the roads. We heard about it yesterday when talking about speed. In the era of Louis XV, the roads were not in a great state when you went hunting. That's what they used to call brushing through the woods. These were narrow paths, climate issues, just to show you that it was not a very easy, straight road. Not very convenient for galloping. There were many hunting accidents. Louis XIV broke his arm at some point, so many accidents are described in the literature. And with this example from Gaspard de Saunier, it's the description of an English team who came to the court to hunt with small saddles and leather boots, thinking that they would be able to gallop through the woods, but they ended up with a very bumpy rope, and one of them fell and broke his arm. And the following year, when they came back to hunt with the king, they started riding at the French style with some very high boots to protect themselves. Another example of the state of the roads is La Grande Mademoiselle. She was an educated woman who had the means to travel and the capacity to do so. She told an epic trip she took from Cerifontaine to Forges-les-Eaux. That's about 40 kilometers, and she expected that it would take 4 hours, so about 10 kilometers per hour. She said that it took her 12 hours, although she was with a guy. There's no detail on her riding style, whether she was astride or not, but it clearly shows that with this pace, she had to go trotting, because trotting is about 14 kilometers an hour, just to give you an idea. So it really gives the feeling that this small trip of 40 kilometers that can now be easily done in a car was probably particularly difficult in the Bretonne or in the forest. At the entrance of Normandy, the path was probably muddy, or at least it was easy to get lost in it. Moving in time, the paths started being drawn, and we can see that Louis XV loved English horses, and he hunted with horses that have more blood, which can go faster, which is convenient when you're hunting. And you should know that the kings, from Louis XIV to the XVI, practiced hound hunting many days a year, more than 100 days per year. Another question I had was about the type of horses that matched a woman. Were there any dedicated women horses? Before the 18th century, in the literature, we hear about cold horses that were not too shaky in order to avoid accidents, given the postures that I presented earlier. It was better to use a quiet and cold horse. In the literature, we often find the term acné, which seems mainly used in the Middle Age. And I used the definition from de Beauchet, a very fashionable equerry in the 19th century. He explained that this was an old word to describe a horse that goes at an amble pace, so quite slowly, to try and avoid shaking women too much. So they're always trying to have a slow horse with a regular pace and with a good back to handle the position or the posture used by women, especially when they're on the side. Back to Aubert, who also told us that horses for queens and princesses were trained by the piqueur, who had to ensure the safety of the women and had to make sure that the horses were well trained and safe to avoid any disaster. The only representation of acne that I found is this one. This shows some middle-aged style postures. I'm checking the screen. In Chambu or behind a man, where you can see the acne with the legs on one same side. So this is just an illustration. Slightly later, just like Louis XV, horses have more blood, and thanks to Aubert again, we learn that women used to go to the riding arena that they were learning for quite a while, and they could ride vigorous and thin horses. So they could use the 3 paces. And there's a quote like Madame Elisabeth, who used to love riding a horse, although she gained weight, she liked to gallop. So that gives you an idea of their capacities. In terms of saddling, the first mentions in the literature were from Garceau, who talked about 2 women's saddles in 2 different texts, in the Parfait Maréchal in 1741, and slightly later in L'Art du Bourrelier, 1774, where he provided details on one of the so-called selle à fourche, fork saddle. I will let you read further if you want further details on this type of saddle. He also described an astride men's saddle for the women who wanted to ride with one leg on each side. I have very little time left, but I'm going to talk about the clothing part now. Earlier, we saw the mixed riding arena with a series of women riding. Of course, Aubert explained and cautioned us that it's a representation, so it was only to portray them. We don't know how they rode the horse in real life. There are some beautiful costumes and descriptions in the archives. And back to Garceau, who described the undergarment of these women, a leather panties, for women riding, and also a corset who was supposed to be lighter and more flexible so they could hunt comfortably. And Aubert also mentioned something quite remarkable, describing that women had wide clothes similar to a cassock, high boots, and leather panties in order to protect their thighs. And I could find this in the 19th century with Musani, where you can find details on the boot, the leather panties, and the other elements. Tabar is giving some safety advice as well. He says you should put a piece of clothes under the skirt. At the time, this type of belt was also fashionable around the thighs to avoid the skirt from moving around with the air. They used pins as well to avoid that phenomenon as well, but you had to be a good rider and avoid falling, because you can imagine then what the consequences could look like. Regarding learning and training, we know that the royal academies were not mixed. However, at one point, there was a bourgeois riding arena that opened to women, but you can look at the advertisement here. It was 1.5 more expensive for women than men. But I haven't found the example of other evidence to know whether the formula was successful or not. Back to Aubert, who quoted Monsieur Vincent, the Queen's picker, who provided details on her knowledge. And thanks to him, Aubert learned about side-saddle riding. And actually, in that same text, he explained that in order to train a woman's horse, he had to ride side-saddle, but he admitted that he sometimes had to put his leg back on the other side when things were too shaky. But let's remember the name of Monsieur Vincent, who didn't write, unfortunately, but who was quoted in different texts. Earlier, you saw the painting of Marie Antoinette. According to Monteillet, she was trained in Vienna in the Lipizzano style, so she clearly was quite skilled, and she used to ride astride despite her mother's concerns, who was worried she might have an accident and not be able to give birth. Another version here, the side-saddle style, same as earlier. In terms of skills, thanks to Aubert again, we see that Madame de Duras, presented by Aubert in a surprising manner. He was surprised by this woman who was trained at the Versailles riding arena, who was very severe when providing classes. If you want to know more about this, once again, there's quite an exceptional presentation of her available. Now, Alicia Thornton, considered as one of the first women jockey in England. She won against a man rider in a 6,400 meters race. You can see the presentation of her clothing in the painting. One of the most modern style description that I found was from Motin de Labanne, who provided advice to women saying, you should start astride. If you ride like a man, you will be more comfortable. So ride like a man for more safety, have a cold and well-trained horse. These are the advice. And women can have a great posture because they are riding with much less strength than men. Later on, Ponce d'Estaing also recommended to start astride, then side saddle, in order to gain the right posture. And in the 19th century, this was a bit more infantilizing. In order to use the bridle, you should start walking next to the horse just to get used to the bridle. Don't forget that when you're riding side saddle, most of the work on top of the hips was the capacity to manage the horse. This is very recurrent in the literature. I couldn't provide details on this, where the importance of the hand is what makes safety. And I'll conclude with my last slide, concluding on the very first woman who wrote a book for women by a woman. That was only in 1861. This book, well, at least Majesty de Lalance, who was quite misogynistic when you read what he said about Marie-Isabelle. He considered that Mrs. Steering Clark's book, we don't know her first name, that the book was clear, well written, with lots of specific advice. With this study, the point was to look a bit elsewhere. Here, I only focused on the French part, but thanks to this library, hopefully, I will be able, and maybe some of you will be able, to dig into Hutt's biography or maybe Tordesillas to see what happened elsewhere. Thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you very much for that very lively paper with an overview, a good overview of the content of the library and all the research which remains to be done on this subject, but which gives us a really good insight into the theme. I won't go on any longer, since we will have a little bit time for discussion after Pascale Mormiche's presentation, and I'll ask her if she can now come up. So, as I was saying, I'm delighted to welcome Pascale, who I've also known for at least 20 years, and who's a professor at Cergy Paris University in modern history and part of the Deepak Center at Saint-Quentin in Yvelines University. She is the specialist in the education of princes in the art of horsemanship between the 17th and 18th centuries. And she has specialized in princes and the elite. She also wrote Devenir Prince, l'École du Pouvoir, 17th and 18th century, CNRS editions, and also Naissance et Petite Enfance à la Cour de France with Stanis Pérez in 2016, a specific book on young Louis XIV, Enfance d'un prince, genèse d'un roi, and Donner vie au royaume, grossesse et maternité à la cour in 2022 at CNRS editions. So she continues her studies today in the education of the children of France, pregnancy, the men and women of the court, and today she has decided to talk to us, obviously, about her preferred subject, the equestrian education of the children of France, of the royal family. So I'll be very strict on the timing. It's 11:44, and therefore you have until 12:14 and not a moment longer. Thank you, Mathieu, and I know you'll keep a close eye on the time. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me here. Thank you, Karine and Hélène, who's not here. But really, I'm delighted and honored to be able to speak at this conference, which really corresponds perfectly to the magnificent exhibition. I've been asked to speak about the education of princes in the art of horsemanship and the iconography related to this. Obviously, having started, the slides aren't going to work. So the iconography is La Leçon d'équitation, the horse riding lesson, the monument in the iconography, this magnificent painting with Balthazar Carlos on a pony at the age of 6 and almost looking as if he's riding into the room with us, but at the same time there is the real lesson in horsemanship which interests me in this presentation here, which is there is this young child learning in front of his parents in the background, and with these men, and it was these men who interested me. The lesson in horse riding is essentially for boys, and it establishes a parallel between the ability to master a horse and the ability to take the reins of power. And as we saw with Balthazar Carlos, he has the emblems of power already. This education was influenced by Spain and Italy, but was theorized in France in the early 17th century. It was the equerries of the future kings who formalized the royal art of horsemanship, professionals serving the children of the royal family, under the leadership of Salomon de la Broue, the first equerry to Henry II, and Antoine de Pluvinel, who I'll be mentioning again later, first equerry to Louis XIII. And I'll be looking, therefore, at this relationship between the equerries and the academy and the people responsible for the education of the princes before looking into the different ages. We saw the child there on his pony, and so the different ages of education. So if we begin by looking at the men and the academy. So if we begin with Louis XIII, and there was here a link between the deputy governors for the princes and the academy. Here you see, if we look at the people around, the men around Louis XIII, they were members of the house of the Dauphin, and the future Louis XIII was brought into contact with horse specialists at a very young age. In 1609, when his education was placed in the hands of the men, his governor Gilles de Souvray curiously chose Antoine de Pluvinel as his deputy governor, who was a man in his 50s, who had made himself known for training horses, and these were not the qualities expected of a deputy governor for a prince, whose role was to ensure that the princes were kept absolutely safe. This was the security specialist day and night. It was strange that it should be an equerry in this case. He published, of course, Le Manège Royal, the royal arena, which became the instruction of the king in the exercise of mounting a horse, which was published in 1623, republished in 1666 for the education of the Grand Dauphin, son of Louis XIV. The first lesson in horse riding for Louis XIII was in 1615. We don't know what he did between 1609 and 1615. That was the first man, Pluvinel. The second is Rivaud de Florence. Here I won't talk about his intellectual capacities, but he wanted to institute a court based on the Italian model. These two men produced a design for an academy in the introduction of this to the court, published on the 12th of May, 1612. And the purpose of this was to create an academy. And it is 3 weeks after the success of the first carousel held on the Place des Vosges in 1612, which was the horseback ballet. So it was a choreography on horseback, and no lesser ability was required than that of Mr. de Pluvinel to invent and conduct so well such a beautiful ballet on horseback. The third man was Jean Hérouard. He was already there as physician to the princes of Valois. He'd been at the court for 20 years, and in 1601 he became physician to young Louis the Dauphin. You're familiar with him because he kept a diary on the childhood of Louis XIII, and he was also the author of a treatise on hippiatrics, on horse bones, one of the first treatises. And 10 years later, in 1609, on the day when the Dauphin's education was transferred from women to men, the physician Jean Hérouard offered Louis XIII, and there was a conversation. Sorry, if we have the right. So, he published De l'Institution du Prince, a conversation between the governor and the physician on the subject of education, and we would see them again a little later. So we see that there have been coherent choices made in the team handling the education of his son for Henri IV. So there was an aristocratic academy with gentlemen who were there, and they would spend the morning on horsemanship and would then learn the moral virtues and history, and after instructing them on good morals, they would then move on to politics as the most essential part of the prince's education, so that they knew how to govern the provinces, towns, and places. So we see here that horses and political affairs are closely intertwined in this. So Henry IV chose to educate his son alongside his nobles. So this was a choice. And Louis XIII and his brother Gaston would go to the academy each day. If we move on to the next stage, if we move on to the relationship between the equerries and the academy, and here we begin to see that we're starting to see a separation from the academy. From the young Louis XIV onwards, under the control of Cardinal Mazarin, there are a certain number of changes that are made. The period of the Fronde was not an easy one for education as the court became travelling, but there were a number of deputy governors who were still equerries, and d'Ormesson, who went to the Cardinal's palace, so he saw Mr. Dumont, Grave, and others, and if we do research, these were deputy governors and also equerries. But unlike what I mentioned earlier, these deputy governors don't teach riding to the princes. They really are deputy governors who are there to provide for their security, and the princes would ride at the Académie Benjamin, and in 1636 Richelieu transformed this academy into a royal academy housed near the Tuileries. At the head of this was Lucas born Arnolfini, who was in Mazarin's retinue, and it's in this position as head of the academy that he was chosen by Mazarin to be equerry to show the king how to mount a horse. So with Pluvinel trained in the Neapolitan school and Arnolfini from the school of the north of Italy, we have a French art equestrianism which is inspired, transferred from Italy, and it's for this reason that we can show the equestrian portrait of a young king of 7 or 8 years old with his horse. So a king who has political power. Obviously, this is the model for the equestrian statue with Marcus Aurelius here. The third part is the princes who went to the Royal Academy. So the turning point came with Louis XIV for the education of his son in 1666, and this is where there is a separation from the academy. This is a royal education with a preceptor and with a number of schoolmasters chosen specifically for the king and to construct absolutism. So now the Dauphin's education was totally separated from the education for aristocrats, and the Grand Dauphin's equestrian education led to the formalization of the role of equerry in Saint-Germain. Although the riding masters still ran an academy in the city, they were now an equerry employed at the royal manège, such as Bournonville and Duplessis du Vernet, and as a result we have this marvelous painting showing the Grand Dauphin being placed on a horse at the age of 3 years. But you see that he does already have a certain grand posture. With the transfer of the royal stables to Versailles, and you see here the model which has been installed. You see the stables perfectly and the arena. The princes of the royal family abandoned the Parisian riding schools for good. And it wasn't the first equerry, Monsieur le Premier, who taught the princes, but ordinary equerries who taught the children how to ride. We could mention Memon, who was appointed in 1691 for the three grandsons of Louis XIV. And we see that the grandsons only got their first lessons in 98. So Fénelon visibly was not focused on their horse riding skills. The Grand Dauphin attended his son's lessons, as did the king, and the old Maréchal de Duras, captain of the king's bodyguard, was extremely skeptical as to the horsemanship abilities. He said he would no longer go to the great stables with them, that there was no point. His grandsons would never have any grace or skill on horseback, no matter what the equerries might say, and that they would never be anything special on horseback. So I interpreted this as a criticism of a new way of learning at the arena rather than in the schools where the Maréchal de Duras had been trained. And that's the only criticism that is seen. There are no other criticisms of the princes and their horseback skills. For Louis XV, we then have the equerries of the royal stables and the Sioli family, who trained the members of the royal family through to the 1760s. For the princes of the blood, they continued their education at the academy. If I just take the example of the Prince of Condé, the future Grand Condé, was soon to be 15 years old and was in exile in Brussels because there was the Fronde rebellion, and he had sought refuge in Brussels with his father. And the father said, "My son is strong enough to ride a horse and needs an equerry." Obviously, in Brussels, there were riding masters in the Spanish school, but he didn't want that. Absolutely not. Condé absolutely wanted a French equestrian teacher, Mémon, and for 1 year, Mémon refused to come to Brussels, first of all, because he would be losing his clients in Paris, and also because he would be compromised by being associated with a rebel prince. And so Condé lost his temper many times, and after a year, Mémon did arrive in Brussels at the end of 1659, and the Treaty of the Pyrenees was signed, and the Condé family could return to Paris, and the Duke of Enghien also learnt horse riding with Mémon in Paris. And it was important that he should, because he was present at the Grand Carousel and brilliantly represented the Condé family at the Carousel in 1662, which I'll show you quickly here, as we've already seen these images. The Grand Condé became a grandfather, and he needed to look after the education of his grandson, Louis de Bourbon-Condé. He was placed in the hands of three very strict equerries. We have letters from the period. 3 letters were sent each day, which is great for us as historians. There was a governor, the Comte de Briord, the first equerry of the grandfather, Charles Armand de Lanoux-du-Vert, the grandson of Lanoux-du-Vert, who is the equerry to the guards, and then Joseph de Saint-Traille, who is a gentleman. So the young man was well looked after by his grandfather, who placed him at the College of Clermont, and he would spend the rest of his time learning horse riding at Mémon's academy with the 3 men I just mentioned. There he meets the different princes and gets to know them, and because the Mémon Academy continues to train the princes of the blood or others, and they alternate between racing at rings, heads, or dancing, and this horse riding activity gave him serious thigh aches. It was so strenuous, and Duplessis du Vernet, Mémon's equerry, wrote to his grandfather to say that he needs to stop the hunting and dancing training because it's destroying what he learns in the arena. And he even says that he spent 6 months without hunting. That his father spent 6 months without hunting when he was learning to ride. You have to choose between hunting and learning to ride. So here they chose the carousel, and he repeats this. And in April 85, he writes that I think he will be quite agile in the carousel. The carousel was not held in April, as had been planned, but in June, so we had a few more months to prepare for it. That's what I can say about the Condé. For them, horse riding was to be learned in an academy. But for the absolutists, it's the art of equestrianism of the king's house, with its deputy governors, and which is separate from equestrian education for the aristocracy. So obviously, for the princes, once they have been presented to the court, they can be seen in public. If we move on to the second part, which will be very quick, on the ages of education. So there are some quite simple things to understand, but first of all, there's the familiarization of the child. The princes and princesses live surrounded by horses from the beginning. They have their own wooden horses or pommel horses where they do exercises. They mimic horse riding on sticks. The two princes mount on stools also, and when Louis XIII learns that he's at last going to mount a horse, he's 7 years old, it's a great day. He puts on his boots, his spurs, and he, at 5 p.m., at Fontainebleau in the Allée de l'Étang, at the end, at the far end of there is a small horse of English origin, which walks at an amble, given by the son of his nurse, and the king really has a very good posture on the horse, as if it came naturally to him, even though it was the first time. So here we have 4 lines in the text just to show the importance of horse riding. I won't talk about the diplomatic gifts, but there were small horses, 70 centimeters high, from Persia, from Spain, from the Baltic, from England, which Louis XIV would go out to find. And I learnt that these horses were taken into the apartments in the Tuileries, and the princes would mount the horse to be seen. So that's the familiarization of the child with horses. So I wanted to show you this. I love the photograph here of a photograph of a photograph. Here you see Napoleon III and his son being photographed on his pony, and he is attached to this so that he doesn't fall. An extraordinary photograph of this familiarization process with horses. And here you have him on his small pony, the imperial prince, and here the painting. So the second age is actually riding the horse in the arena. And here we can see these images again with the description. On page 6, if I can find it, page 7 perhaps, but I can't find page 7. Never mind, I'll try just to remember it. Where have I put my page number 7? So, never mind. So we have a description in which we say that returning from a review, Louis here is 10 years old, coming back on a white horse named Admiral. He behaved very well despite the shots that were heard, and his horse did not flinch. The second is the piebald horse, on which we see him going hunting. Louis XIV is one of the princes who began riding in public, the youngest, because he was king, so it was essential that as soon as his father died, that he should be seen to be a master of horse riding. And so he would ride in the Tuileries. Is there an arrow there? I can't see. Is there a pointer here? So the Tuileries with the palace here, the first arena here, the second here, and between the two, never mind. You can see the Tuileries on the screen. And there is an arena and another one, and between the two there is the ring. So you have a photograph here of the arena where Louis XV would train. It's a private garden, the Tuileries, when the king is at the Tuileries Palace. Nobody can see him. The people here are all from the king's retinue. The king made very significant and quick progress starting from the age of 9, and he would train daily in the ring. He would go through the little door at the top and would arrive there, and in 1720 he was authorized, because he was riding so well, he was allowed by his governor to go from La Muette and to gallop out in front with the first equerry and his governor riding behind, and they were all very careful to make sure that there were no other horses who might disturb the young king's horse. He was so quick, and it's true that he did ride quickly. 6 months later, he came back to the Tuileries from La Muette galloping, and in 1715 he went out to do horse riding and hunting in Versailles. That's for dedication of Louis XV for his sons. His son rode much later, and his grandsons much later. And this is because of the fact that Louis XIV and XV were actually kings, whereas the others were still just heirs to the throne. We can see Louis XV on horseback here, and I'll talk about the learning of equestrian art. This was at 14 years old that they really began to learn the equestrian art per se. And this art is what we find in Pluvinel's magnificent text. And they would ride and do all the things that a real horseman had to be able to do, with different figures and gaits that they needed to know. And they learnt all this, they did all this. You see there the Tuileries. Can you see my pointer or not? We can't see the pointer on the screen. You see the Tuileries, you see the arena I talked about earlier, and here you have the image from Pluvinel. Here we're right on the banks of the Seine on the other side, where Pluvinel is training with Louis XIII. And as for Gaston, the brother of Louis XIII, there was competition between the two brothers, and Gaston was the heir, but only the heir, and so learnt to ride a horse later, at a later age, and had to ask his brother for the authorization to do so, and his brother took some time to do so, and it was only at the age of 12, 13 or 14, for reasons of health, we are told, although Gaston was in perfect health, but probably to protect the boy, Gaston ended up being given the authorization to ride. But after 6 months, Louis XIII would appear to have been jealous and withdrew his authorization for Gaston to learn horse riding, and Governor Ornano had to write a memo regarding the choice he made to hide the horse riding lessons that Gaston was still taking. So Monseigneur does not use stirrups yet and spurs, but we thought at the beginning we should do that in the palace, and that seemed the most suitable place, even believing that he was free to do so. So we have the Louvre, and the first floor is the gallery, and we see Louis XIII, who had lessons in the garden on the left and the right, whereas Gaston was hidden away by his governor on the first floor of the Louvre Gallery. That's something you need to imagine to yourself when you visit there today. And that was transformed into an arena for Gaston. And yet a few years later, the two brothers are shown on an equal footing in a rare illustration, which is reminiscent of Balthazar Carlos, the two of them here on an equal footing because there is not yet an heir. So for Louis XIV, I can show you here, you have the Louvre at the bottom, the Tuileries at the bottom, and Louis XIV learnt to ride on the other side in an enclosed private space in the Petit Bourbon Palace. And in the court record explains that he showed his agility in dressage, and as in all other exercises of body and mind, and therefore His Majesty had been born with the necessary dispositions to learn everything he needed as a good monarch. And so these princes, Gaston, Louis and Louis XIV, was learning to run at the ring. And under Louis XV, what's important is we saw that painting from when he was 13, but what's important for Louis XV is this ability to ride a horse, this horsemanship, which was seen as being immensely important. And there is a quarrel, which was mentioned yesterday, over Madame Legrand, the equerry, and there's a quarrel between the stables and between those teaching Louis XV to ride a horse, and Prince Charles decides he's had enough, and there's such a fallout in those years, and Charles takes Louis XV and brings him on the Courcy, Normandy, elderly Normandy aristocrat with great horsemanship skills to provide advice. Much to be discussed of the employees of the equerries. So the following princes would learn to ride horses at a much later age, with the equerries whose names were mentioned earlier. I'll show you just the engravings of Brunet de Neuilly and the Count of Abzac. And the future Louis XVI learnt to ride later at 16 years old. That's no doubt also due to the death of his brother, who died, who caught tuberculosis, which was revealed after a fall from his horse. So to conclude, there is an equestrian art here, which is taught by professionals, which is quite exceptional. Professionals who teach this art, which is for adults, but adapt it to the age of the children, for the children. It's an art which is important in terms of learning to be presented in front of their subjects. So it's a matter of representation of the monarchy, which is essential. And this equestrian art and dressage, there's a general parallel between the diplomatic education, which is very important from the age of 13 or 14, where really they have to learn the skills and the art of politics and diplomacy, and there's a parallel which is established between this skill and horse riding. So the equestrian education is part of the forming of the character of the prince, and it said, as soon as I see my dauphin able to ride a horse at the age of 13 and an adult, I will put him in my place and I will withdraw to Versailles. That's what Louis XIII said in February 1643. So we see the parallel between being able to ride a horse and having the political skill. Thank you very much.
Ça y est.
Merci beaucoup, Pascal.
Thank you very much, Pascal, for this brilliant presentation on education, focusing on the relationship between the equerries, the academies, and then the royal riding arena. And thank you for that second part, which you might have had to shorten because I was pressuring you on the ages of education and different ages. I'm now going to call Marie-Laure Peretti on stage again to give the floor to the room around those two presentations, which were particularly interesting and a little similar because there was always this pragmatism on the role of equerries and the sources, etc. So I think we'll have a lot of questions coming from the room on the two aspects, learning, education, pragmatism. Yes? I think the microphone is over there. I think this is broadcasted, so the internet needs to hear us. Thank you for your presentations. I had a question on education. You talked about kings and princes' education, but what about princesses and future queens' educations? Yes, I spoke about the princes because it's art at power, which I was interested in. But for princesses, I must say I don't know much. We know that they were great equerries at the same age as their brothers and cousins, but we don't know who. It was not, the education was not part of their sous-gouvernante, but they were great equerries and riders. The best source I found was from Aubert, who explained that the pickers were in charge of educating women, and Mr. Vincent was in charge of the education of the ladies, and that they loved riding with him. As for Marie Antoinette, the only source I found, but I didn't really investigate because I only started working on this 3 months ago, but Monteillet, who's a contemporaneous source, talks about the education of Marie Antoinette in the Vienna school. Yes, would have to check the sources, but I don't think we'll find much. Louis XV, 3 grandsons, Comte de Provence, Comte d'Artois, were quite close in age. The first and the third probably were educated very early on, but did the Count of Provence get that same early education? He was not fat from the beginning. He was a very good-looking teenager. He only gained weight at around 25 years old. I'm checking Philippe. So don't imagine, he was a young man, a good-looking young man. They all rode with that same difference. It was an institution at the French court, so don't worry. Everyone knew how to ride. I said slightly later than Prince Louis XV in the previous generation, but they had the same education. It was just maybe not described as much, but they could ride very well with great clothes, etc. Well, I'm reassured. Not a question, but rather a comment on what Madame Louise said. Her last words, she said, "To paradise and galloping, please." That was her last words. Yes, thank you for this reminder. Thank you for your presentations. Marie-Laure, I have a question for you. With the ABMC, you have a list of all the books. In the search tool, could there be a criteria to filter by gender to make research easier? So for now, the search engine is ongoing. It's part of the description. So in the long term, and I had to ask the IT specialists to include this, but that's the plan. We just changed the search engine, and that should be part of phase 2, which is currently being developed. So we'll have age and gender, etc. I have a question for you. What about women author being anonymous? I worked on Science Women, and often they used to write anonymously. As for Minutier, it's a little difficult to find details, but when it's anonymous, it remains anonymous. I couldn't discover the authors, at least through my research. However, I did identify a specific case of a woman's name where two bookstore owners were hiding behind. Now, there are women who made recipe books during the 70s war to cook horses or rats, etc. But indeed, it's a very specific theme, and the biography I mentioned earlier was done by a man. But we'll see later the breakdown in England. Maybe there are more books. For now, I'm halfway through, but it looks like there are more books written by women there, so it will be interesting to continue the work. Once again, it's just the start of the work. I'm not saying that I've discovered some final truth in what I presented. The speaker is not using a microphone.
Il y a aussi des... Oui, oui, alors là, pour le coup,
Yes. Hutt stops in 1896, I believe. Maybe earlier. And there are lots of books on hounds hunting. There's a lot of sketches and drawings from women and a bit more publications as well. That's what I said in a conclusion. I think we'll have more surprises when we start investigating at European level and even American, because there are sources that could be interesting around women horse riding in the US. But it still is very much around the 19th century. Yes, out of curiosity, earlier you talked about the Comtesse de Ségur. What could you tell us? Well, without my database, I cannot really answer. I need the tool. Can I ask a question for Monsieur Ormish? Unfortunately, you kind of skipped the images. What do we know about the Pluvinel riding arena? The potential location or the building? Do we have more images? What you're saying is very important. All I did was to see what he taught at age 16. As for the building, I included those two images for the building and the outside, the riding arena, but I don't know anything else. So it's definitely something missing. Any more questions? Everything was clear, everybody's satisfied, no regret. Okay, well, thank you very much once again. Thank you to the four of you. Thank you to the public who stayed. And we will meet again slightly before 2:30, 2:20 maximum. So we'll start again at 2:30 p.m., although I won't be here anymore. Well, thank you very much, everyone.
Bien, je suppose que nous pouvons démarrer.
I guess we can start again. Hello, everyone. Let me remind you of this afternoon's agenda. First of all, we'll have 2 presentations in a row, and then we'll have a 20 minutes break, and afterwards a round table on equestrian art schools in Europe in 2024. The afternoon will finish with horses by a presentation of equestrian art outdoors. You might need your umbrella. After this morning, which was following the rich day yesterday, part of the meetings will be, or presentations will be about horse riding in Europe, a new theme with this very specific element of the Western culture, which started here in Versailles with Louis XIV holding the reins of power. And that is part of the French tradition. It centralizes the organization and control of education in France to make sure that the transmission is just all over the territory. The exhibition on horses in Versailles are a great testimony of its richness. After the great European institutions that were mentioned yesterday, we'll focus again on France and specifically on the equerries from the Ancien Régime to the Restoration, who contributed to the fame of the French education and also its impact on the entire world. They created an equestrian culture with a heritage of knowledge, history, literature, and artistic testimonies. We'll talk about this, reminding of the foundations, the elements of this knowledge and beliefs and traditions. There's also an intangible aspect of this culture that we are not always aware of, and that's one of the aspects of the work of UNESCO, recognizing the value of this heritage in the World Heritage. Showcasing the heritage, promoting the values as part of this mission to avoid erasing that could be impacted by the cancel culture and a different narrative on the past of cultures. And in an opposed approach, those presentations will focus on valorizing the teaching of past teachers and the memory. Guillaume Henry will be the first presenter this afternoon. He's a horse riding instructor and also a writer. He wrote several publications, including The History of French Horse Riding and a book about François Baucher, The Man and His Method. Over to you. Thank you, Alain. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, especially Karen McGrath, for inviting me to this beautiful symposium, and I will speak about the Equestrian School of Versailles from the Ancien Régime to the Restoration. And I'm already asking the experienced horse riders here to pardon me for potential shortcuts I might use. And for those who are not used to the vocabulary, I might explain some of the words. It did not start in 1682 and did not end in 1792. With the flight of François de Labigne, manager of the Grand Riding Arena, who was born in 1830. In the same way, the equestrian art does not only focus in Versailles, but in this extraordinary scene by a monarch who had a passion for the art where the horse is the instrument, that a new and decisive step will start in the thinking and the equestrian technique. For 150 years in Versailles, originally of Iberian tradition, horse riding became Italian and then a French tradition. In 1883, Baron de Treillis was to horse riding what the Academy was to science. Opera, music, theater, a sanctuary of arts. And Versailles became a hotspot of the knowledge and expertise in horse riding. This came from the Sun King, People wanted to come to Versailles and copy everything happening in Versailles, the most beautiful, the best, the most refined, and horses in general, be it for carriage, hunting, is no exception. Baron de Vaux wrote that this was all over Europe. It's a pure science. It's not just horse riding school. It had the character of a national institution aimed at maintaining our superiority with great importance. In terms of horse riding and haute école, regardless of the times, there's nobody who learned by themselves. No equerry alone could reach success despite of their talent without one or several masters, without technical and spiritual training. Since the French Revolution, it's impossible to succeed without a monarch or a sponsor, and the Versailles equerries extended a current called ancient horse riding, équitation classique, academic horse riding, rooted in the Italian Renaissance. This current started with two French equerries.
Se développe dans les académies du Louvre, puis aux Tuileries.
It started in the Academy of the Louvre and then Versailles with this peak, François Robichon de la Guérinière, flagship equerry of the king, one of the masters of horse riding, often perceived as the father of French horse riding, inspiring Hanover, Vienna, and he published a book considered as the Bible of horse riding. Versailles became a great showcase for the comfort of horses and their exercise to express the talent of the masters. Although the ambassador of the Nordic countries described the sovereign by highlighting how hard it was for horses, the equerries benefited here in Versailles of working conditions that were unequaled. The court got a passion for equestrian art with great passion. In addition to the creation in 1682 of the riding arena, several royal academies were created in Paris, Faubourg Saint-Honoré,
Tournon, rue de Condé, rue des Canettes, rue de Vaugirard, rue du Pot de Fer, et 17 en province, dont plusieurs jouirent d'une renommée méritée comme d'Angers ou de Caen. Bien que les relations entre écuyers vivent.
Despite the relationships between equerries, the royal equerries who taught will have a crucial role in training the young nobles.
Livre un enseignement intellectuel et physique à la noblesse dans laquelle les activités corporelles, l'escrime, la danse et l'équitation occupent une place d'honneur.
Not only were those practices part of the aristocratic values, but when appearing is so crucial, it's also a part of maintaining the body, which is necessary for a person who needs to look good.
Le courtisan,
Riding a horse, a courtier needs to be a good and good-looking man of horse, defined by the riding arena.
j'étais un galop de fond de train, comme on dit. Mais ça, c'était qu'au 19e. Alors, je vais ralentir. Déjà qu'avec un galop de fond de train, ça prenait 35 minutes. Là, pardon, ça prendra peut-être un peu de temps. Demi-parade. Galop rassemblé. À cheval, le courtisan se doit d'être...
Horse riding, a courtier must be good-looking and a good horseman, which can be seen in the riding arena and when they're less fashionable during the king's hunts. The equerries in their academies teach riding arenas with those examples on screen from the book from La Guérinière, codified by La Guérinière. Before that, there were different types of airs relevés, and he conceptualized them. This is one of the most important aspects. Horse riding has educational purposes, but as it was said this morning, the king supports the equestrian art as he perceives an element of his own superiority in managing horses. And by linking the monarch and the horse, horse riding is the best learning for young princes to command humans. The profession of a king is learned on a saddle. If you can manage your horse, you can manage the people. And by managing the top and the bottom, reviewing the relationship between authority and freedom, riding a horse is the exercise of power. And Henry IV used to talk about caress and friendship and linking it to horses. Newcastle said a king who's a good horse rider can better govern the people when he needs to reward them, hold them tight, or let them loose, help them softly, or when necessary. And the greatest specialist is Antoine de Puvinel, as said this morning, equerry of the great stables. When educating the king to ride a horse, a dialogue between him and the young Louis XIII, Pluvinel explained the principles and the relationship between the art of riding a horse and governing. With him, the equestrian art is transformed and lays the principle of commandment, which will blossom in Versailles. And with strong horses were opposed different types of saddling elements, the relationship with violent, vertical, with a strong impact of hands and feet. The painting here from Titian shows the image of an iron king, solitary and heroic, who can manage the movements of their horse, and the power is locked between hands and feet. But in the 17th century, the institutionalization of horse riding made a crucial shift in this change. For the first time, the performance is separated from war values. The expectation is management and saving the means. With Pluvinel, it's no longer about forcing the animal, but our quote, to force the horse to take pleasure in everything it does until it does it freely. Dressage is not just gymnastics, and Pluvinel works on the brains more than the flanks and the feet. There's no need to beat the horse. It is more necessary to train them with softness, as the horse who goes with pleasure goes better than those under the constraint of force. He recommends to be soft and not constrained, as he says, and I'll quote, "Kindness is to horses like the blossom on a fruit. When removed, it never returns." His education around being sober is related to appearance, which so far was very hard. Riding is appearing as you are. You ride as you are, and the horse should show your virtues, as that means justice. With Pluvinel, a crucial concept appears, tact. And what is a more political virtue than tact? The king must show tact, and there's nothing easier than that. All he has to do is to learn how to align his thinking with his hand and feet. It appears easy, but it's not. The horse rider must use his science and experience to assess the behavior of the horse in order to determine what to do to prevent this and encourage them to do well, which you can only learn and practice. Horse riding teaches you to control yourself and therefore others, but this art of commandment cannot be done without the other, that is, the horse. Perfection of horse riding depends on the harmony between two living beings who dialogue and respond to each other and influence each other. The more comfortable the horse rider, the easier it is for the horse to obey. If the horse rider learns of justice and tact and has authority, the horse in return obeys the rider, but must also represent the command for those walking, showing that he's the horse of its rider. As it responds to the commands, the horse represents strength, which requires a posture, some might say a posture structure, that is specific to horses. Educating the rider, a courtier or a monarch or an equerry, aims two principles. a technique to keep the horse calm and helps it render the service it's for, and the way, that is, grace and comfort, which will have an impact on the entire French tradition. They cannot be separated. They respond to each other. An equerry cannot be a good horse rider if they're not a good-looking horse rider. I'll slow down. Pluvinel worked on the posture of a horse rider, but this will become crucial. La Guérinière changed the saddles, which allowed for little movement. And actually, in the exhibition, there are two saddles from the early 16th and 17th century, and you can see the difference between both. This is a representation of the first quadrille, which is a good example of the grace and comfort of a good-looking horse rider. What do we see here? And I'll quote. Grace is a good ornament for a horse rider, but at the same time, part of science, the completion of science. Any man who wants to become a horseman needs to take the time necessary to acquire this skill. And by grace, I mean an appearance of freedom and comfort in a straight and free posture, while keeping as much as possible in all the movements of a horse the right balance, depending on the balance of the weight of the body, and for the horse rider movements to be as subtle that it shows that it's sitting its posture rather than managing the horse. And as per this engraving, this is an example of the quote. More than just an attitude, grace shows the moral, intellectual, and artistic values of the horse rider, managing their emotions, their posture, courage, cold blood, determination, all these qualities of a courtier that they can use to serve the king. On top of this, it's also a typically French riding style, which is very discreet. A horse rider, as per Pluvinel, in order to have good grace, while managing their horse, must not move strongly the arm, while not showing, for those who see, to believe that their horse is so good and well trained that it behaves on its own accord like a miracle of nature, which is the true perfection of horseman and horse. For the rider, grace is also about hiding the aids he has to manage their mount, to give the impression to those watching that the horse is doing what it does of its own free will, not upon command. In our modern era, we might think, and de Carpentry said it in the earlier 20th, that the point is to find the natural aspect of horses under the saddle, but that the orders received and obtained from the horse might seem natural, which is called difficult ease, or movements of the rider so subtle that the point is to ensure their posture rather than managing the horse. This is a very French style. Now, the theory. In the 18th century, with Descartes, Malebranche, the style and the application of horse riding are changing. The scientific spirit in all areas takes a crucial place in horse riding. With La Guérinière, just like in any science, the principles, the theory, become the main elements. And as the masters teach a select number of pupils, La Guérinière affirms the importance of theory, which he claims natural, reasoned, transparent, methodic, rational, for the greater public. He talks about empirical writers who are not demanding enough, are mediocre, or only imitate, and criticizes those who does not know the behaviors and movements of the horse. Without a theory, practice is uncertain, according to him. Theory helps us work on good principles, and those principles, instead of being opposed to nature, must serve to make it perfect through the art. The importance of theory is affirmed talking about the movements of the rider to train their horse. And with this, the nature of the horse changes. He can be petted, not just wildly intelligent. Strengthening the need for theory is so subtle that there's more and more knowledge about bodies, and the point is to prove or show others that the horse is part of the body of the rider. By positioning the horse differently, there's a different thinking of the rider. It becomes scientific, and it takes into account art and technique. Strength and violence are banned. Training is not just a physical power balance, but rather to align the horse with man. The art of governing, finding the right balance, presenting intelligence rather than brutality as a symbol of commandment, ends up in technical goals and principles. There's an art of riding horses, an educational progression, and the art of training horses, which are different originally, but more and more merge together as time passes. Here are two portraits of Louis XIV, and what are we seeing? The horse is under, and the equerry is over. This is part of a symbol of domination, the attitude to implement the battlefield. Dominating, be it in the battlefield or with others, requires this vision of a rider. But to see from above, you need to be straight, have the straight posture. And equestrian art, horse riding, aims at training the horse and making it straight. They align their body with the horse, gathering the hand. I'll explain later. La mise en main, meaning the attitude dresses the neck to get it closer to the chest so that the horse looks straight. This requires a light hand, and we'll come back to this. Gathering the arrière-main, the back of the hand, by engaging it fully, allows the horse to have a pesade where he's raised. It's the extreme shape of the rassemblé, and with the straight horse, as it becomes vertical and it's in a higher position to its surroundings, their will is fully submitted to the rider. It's a formidable project, very far from the natural attitude of the horse, which I'll answer to if you have any question. As a series of equerries or riders is turning this into an art, and the Royal Academy in Paris and Provence is so important that it led to us, we have little written evidence. Le Traité de Montfaucon de Rome in 1878 is inspired by La Guérinière. This is not a horse riding treaty, but a reflections on how to cure the horses, the role of equerries and the use in war horses.
Au léger ou à l'école militaire ont laissé les traités d'équitation militaire. Les ouvrages de
Dupatit-Clam's works were the first essays on locomotion, but didn't bring much on horse training, and nothing from the prestigious Casomnestier, which you can see here, the big silent in charge of ordinary equerries of Louis XV, is the embodiment of the Versailles horse riding style. La Guérinière said, Mr. Vandeuil, my master,
et maître de Lubersac et de Montfaucon de Rogle, rien de Malbec de Briche, du célèbre Brunet de Neuilly, rien de François de Lubersac, rien de tous les grands écuyers, hormis certaines traces qui se nicheraient sans doute aux archives du château, et on attend avec beaucoup d'impatience, piaffant d'impatience, le livre que Karine McGrath va écrire à ce sujet et va bientôt publier. Alors rien, si ce n'est 3 ouvrages de Gaspard de Saunier, je ralentis, 3 ouvrages de Gaspard.
3 books by Gaspard de Saunier, who took part in many military expeditions, and from the cavalry school of de la Guérinière, which I have already mentioned, an academic equerry who wasn't part of the Versailles school, strictly speaking. These publications are precious in that they provide some theory on the teaching of the Grand Masters at Versailles in the mid-18th century. Gaspard de Saunier died in 1748. What they both say is that they seek something light with the horseman, well balanced on the horse, with the legs falling naturally, slightly forward. Gaspard de Saunier describes the presentation of the horseman at the different gaits, trot, gallop, etc. The training is methodical and patient, stressing the advantages of short lessons and a very gentle approach. No rough punishment of the horse. La Guérinière says we must take account of the nature of the horses, which is different from one animal to another. The horse must remain in perfect balance, and on this subject, the hand must always initiate the first move, the hand first, because the head and shoulders must move first and be set in the right direction before moving forwards. A very different approach to what was seen in the 19th century. So the horse gives its body, delivers its body to the body of the horseman. What we note generally with de la Guérinière is that he codified some key lessons in this approach, which is the shoulder in. The shoulder in is an exercise done at 3 gaits in which the horse moves sideways. You have an engraving on the left and you have a photograph on the right, which isn't a very good quality. I apologize for that. With the horse curving around the left leg and the shoulders being inwards and his haunches in a classical position and the shoulders are crossed. So this lesson for La Guérinière is the most difficult and useful of all those to be used to make the horse more supple in its movements. It produces so many good positive effects that it should be seen as the key movement of all those that can be taught to the horse to make it perfectly free in all its movements. And the hands are lowered, which leaves the horse free to move, allows the horse to relax its jaw, and often restores perfect harmony to the horse. The equerry releases the reins, and the horse changes neither its gait nor its balance. With these 2 movements, La Guérinière is seeking perfection, that the horse should be graceful and light in its movement. Although these 2 authors agree on most of the essentials, they have very different views as to the ultimate purpose. La Guérinière is seeking perfection in the equestrian art in the Versailles style. Art for him is an end in itself, and he's not so interested in exterior activities. Gaspard de Saunier, who has been to war, who has a military background, thinks that these movements are useful to get the horse used to obeying, but it's not enough because the arena is not an end in itself. It's just a means to an end. And so between horse riding in war and at court, he suggests that perhaps this academic approach is less important. So, it's not when the School for Pages is closed in 1830 that this marks the end of this court equestrianism, although all the royal schools and academies taught the different gaits to have a horse which was supple, obedient, and light. At the end of the 18th century, there was this dual need for hunt horses for hunting and for sport, plus the military requirements, meant that a part of his classical repertoire was left to one side. The invention of rifles with a long range made these movements even less useful, and the Napoleonic Wars did the rest. Because court horse riding was not really useful for military purposes, and military equestrianism was very different from the concerns of the school at Versailles. If the horse rider learns some techniques they may be able to use at war, they don't learn any techniques for combat. It's just a question of learning to have authority over the horse, nothing specific to the field of battle. And although La Guérinière said that the art of equestrianism and of war are mutually beneficial, we see that the objectives are very different, and at court it was very much focused on the haute école rather than on war. At Versailles, Lot says everything aims for grace, for representation purposes at court. And so we have this gap growing between this courtly activity and the art of war. Many equerries like Dussonnier or Gaston Dumont de Belfort regret this, but nobody listens to them. We cannot. So until 1862, the king had horses but no cavalry. The Battle of Rosbach, that you see here on the painting, on the 5th of November 1757, was decisive. Although the French and their allies had 54,000 men against 22,000 Prussians, 2 against 1, they were roundly beaten. Frederick II of Prussia sent 28 squadrons against the French lines with their sabres, and the victory was total. He invented the cavalry attack, and academic equestrianism suddenly no longer seemed useful in war, where what was needed was endurance. So the academies were deserted in favor of military training. Colonel Jacques.
Les principes classiques auxquels il a pourtant été formé incarnent cette transformation.
Embodies this. As head equerry of the military school of Paris to 1756 through to its closure in 1788, he imposed a very minimalist training, focusing on military purposes. And it's this teaching which imposed itself in the military schools, and all the more so as d'Auvergne, among his pupils, counted a man who entered his school in 1784 and left in 85, and who was to draw on all this, Napoleon Bonaparte. I've almost finished, and I'll slow down. So, the stables did not end at Versailles with the departure of the royal family. Equerries, whips, and grooms continued to work, and there's still 114 horses. François-Étienne de la Bigne, who had been appointed equerry ordinary, stayed at the stables in 1789 to watch over the horses. And he stayed there afterwards to protect the horses. He even went as far as to propose to the convention to create a national horse riding school at Versailles, but this was refused. Many royal institutions were dissolved and broken down, the royal academies in 1793, but France was in war against several European powers. Cavalry played an essential role in battle, and the training institutions needed reorganizing, as did the training, including in horse riding. A national school of horse riding was created in 1796 in Versailles to train soldiers and citizens true to the Republic and to foster the values of the Republic. Antoine Coupé and Sébastien Maître du Jardin, both born at Versailles, whips and sons of whips, were entrusted with the horses, the stables, and the arenas. They taught the classical methods, and among their pupils there was Jean-Baptiste Cordier, future first equerry in Saumur, was to become the Cadre Noir. In 1810, the horse riding school of Versailles was closed and became a special cavalry school in Saint-Germain. Napoleon, Louis XVIII, and Charles X kept the school for pages in the great stables, and in 1814 the arena was reopened under the management of the Abzac brothers, who had served under Louis XV and XVI, to run the arenas. It was at this time, in 1815, that a certain Viscount d'Or, a leading equestrian figure of the period, aged barely 16, joined the school as an equerry pupil, where he was trained by Abzac. And in his lesson on horse riding, he would narrate this life in the stables and the arenas at the time. And he writes, after the revolution, the whips and several other debris from the arenas of Versailles were placed at the head of the institution, and they were the head of a new school, which could be called a school of circumstance. In the absence of the court, the arena was no longer as grand as before, and in addition, as we have seen, war no longer needed equerries or fine horse riding. The revolution of 1830 dispersed the few competent people who were still left, and the Count d'Or, who you see here on left and right, a remarkable equerry trained at this school, could have carried on the classical tradition. You see him on the left on his horse, but this was not the case because of Anglomania in the 19th century. The last equerry of the school of Versailles, later to be head equerry in Saumur, gave his preference to a new approach of sports, of riding horses for sports. And a young rider of some 30 years old experimented a new technique in Le Havre and Rouen, prepared a dictionary on horse riding, but his other books were groundbreaking. And that was François Rouchet. His opposition to the Count d'Or was celebrated. And so there was a sharp decline in more academic horse riding, even though some did continue in some private schools. And in the meantime, in the 19th century, the applause of the circus, the race courses, took over from the grace of the arena.
Voilà cette première intervention qui était...
A first presentation which was very rich and rapid, and which reminds us of the qualities and differences in the traditional practices. A change that came in the 19th century with the upheaval caused by the use of cavalry, and also this new form of teaching. And now we're going to listen to two speakers, or we were supposed to have two speakers, but in fact there will only be one. There should have been Anne-Sophie Ried, PhD in History at University of Paris 1 Pantheon-Sorbonne, and Honorine Tellier, Doctor in Language and Literature, French Language and Literature, head of the Archives and Heritage Fund of the French Institute for the Horse and Horse Riding. Honorine Tellier. Thank you, Alain. I'll begin by presenting Anne-Sophie's apologies, who could not be here for today for professional reasons. She would like to thank Karine for the invitation to be here and for this subject on the foreign renown of the French Equestrian School. I'm going to begin by what we mean by the French Equestrian School. For us, it refers to a number of people who claimed to uphold a French style derived from an Italian style initially. Most of these people were linked to the school in Versailles, and this Versailles school, for that we have taken the definition of Daniel Roche, a centre in Paris which should not be reduced to a form of horse riding transmitted only in the buildings of the king. And the slide wouldn't appear to have worked. So for the question of the reputation, the renown of this is the circulation of this knowledge, of this equestrian practice and technique, even though we know obviously tracking a technique is always difficult. There are also harnesses of different kinds, and also a way of behaving by the horseman or woman, and the whole system of values and symbolism that goes with that. However, in this communication, we're not going to pay attention so much to this subject as to how its renown spread. The idea that France was renowned abroad in this period of the 16th to 18th century is something which is well established. We're going to look into how this happened and how we can account for it. So very modestly, we're going to answer this question with three approaches, looking at the circulation of people, of printed documents, and also the content of those printed documents. This paper is based very largely on the PhD work conducted by Anne-Sophie in the history of techniques. She studied 22 treatises of horse riding written in French between 1573 and 1778, focused on equestrian techniques, hippiatrics, or military. The scope of this, we kept 19 titles, some of which you see on the screen here, and that gives us 17 authors, 16 Labroue, Uni, Pluvinel, Menuchangzi, Foucault de Beaurepaire, Breuil, Pompée, Beaumont, Belcamp, Préville, Laguerinière, Sonnet, Garceau du Patillican, Motin-Labarme, and one last one, William Cavendish, who isn't French, unlike the others. Why did we keep just these 17 authors? And why did we keep Cavendish? It's because he testifies to the rise of this more academic training and the development of equestrian art in France. And also, Cavendish was trained by a French equerry, but we'll come back to that later. So the circulation of people. Here we looked into the international mobility of the elite, of French authors abroad, and also foreigners, potential pupils, coming to France. The goal here was to help to identify places where this knowledge and know-how was circulated, and it's this circulation of people which also testifies to the legitimacy and renown of certain masters, French masters in this area. Obviously, we're somewhat limited by the geographical data. It's not always easy to have the list of all the pupils in an academy or proof of any travels they might have made. Some background now, as you have already heard previously, and I'll go quite quickly. We know that in the 16th century, the young nobility of Europe would go to the Italian courts to train in equestrian art, and these travels fostered the repetition and imitation of these models throughout Europe, and this Italian equestrian art came to France with Pluvinel and Labroue, notably, and when it encountered French culture and society, it developed and became renowned for 2 centuries. This rise was possible because of the royal organization around Versailles and because the French equerries were beginning to want to take their independence from the Italian methods, to create a French school. Paris became a forum for academic institutionalization, which then spread throughout French territory between the end of the 16th and the first half of the 17th century. It was no longer in Naples or in Italy that people went to learn how to ride a horse, but in the French academies. And this French benchmark among these academies also was renowned in England and was imitated or inspired the English writings with Gerbier or Bolton. Norbert Conrad, the historian, noted an influence of Labroue in the German-speaking world. And there are also testimonies from Italy, Denmark, Belgium, and the Netherlands. In our corpus, what can we say? Based on the biographic data, we consider that 35% of the authors in the corpus, 6 out of 17, have made a trip abroad, personally or professionally, and 76% of the authors would appear either clearly or probably to have demonstrated their knowledge in front of a foreign audience or have trained foreigners in academies in Paris, the provinces, or foreign countries. The nationalities of this public, of this audience, you have the maps: Switzerland, Poland, Italy, Germany, Austria, the Netherlands, Belgium, and England. These are the people who came to train. More precisely, 2 examples. There was Gaspard de Saunier, who was present at the Great Stables in Versailles, where his father worked. He travelled around Europe with the Duke of Bourbon, the Count of Breuil, so he went on military campaigns around Europe. He also held positions in stud farms, but it is mainly in exile after a duel in which he killed a person that he found himself creating a renowned academy in Leiden in the United Provinces. And you see an extract here from his works where we see that his pupils were from Germany, England, or the United Provinces. On the other side, you have William Cavendish, who I mentioned briefly earlier. He was formed by Pierre-Antoine Bourdin, a French equerry, Count of Saint-Antoine, and we know this because Cavendish's wife wrote his praises, and you have an extract on the screen. We also know that the political context in England was not favourable to him, and he went into exile in Paris and then in Antwerp, where he had an arena which became renowned around Europe. If we now move on to the second focus of our study, which is the circulation of printed documents, there we've taken these as being socio-economic documents to really enable us to address this demand from a foreign audience, the demand for an expression of French riding. So looking at the number of publications, re-editions and translations, we see to what extent the foreign audience was interested in different publications. Here, once again, there are some limits to this study. We don't necessarily know how many copies were printed each time. We don't have lists of buyers in specialized bookshops. And we also have the question of whether these foreign people could also perhaps read French. So again, to provide some context, on the screen you have a list of 4 major surveys of European equestrian literature, which Daniel Roche used for his analysis of the production of printed documents between the 17th and 16th and 19th centuries. And it was in France that most publications were printed, with more than 5,000 titles. Next, Germany with 1,500, England with 1,000 titles, and Spain and Portugal at 700 each, and behind them, Italy. What we need to know as regards this, these treatises on equestrian art are there are not many treatises on equestrian art among these titles, but what there are, the ones that exist, are re-edited several times, which shows their success over time. Regarding the places where they were published, more than 93% of these publications published in France were published in Paris. Also, La Rochelle and Lyon come up more marginally, and then some other one-off cases. The other major places for publication in Europe are the Netherlands, with Amsterdam and The Hague. The United Provinces are also the printers for the whole of Europe in the 17th century, and foreigners would come to have their printing done in the United Provinces to then redistribute their works elsewhere. And we have other countries which gave priority to written works or works translated into their domestic national language: Germany, England, Spain, Italy, and Sweden. And in our corpus, what is the situation? Well, we counted up to 110 titles published in our corpus. The base was the 19 original editions, all their re-editions and the translations before the 19th century. The result of this is that the most published are La Guérinière, Pluvinel, and Menou de Charnisay. We have 76 printed documents in the corpus printed in Paris, 69%, followed by Frankfurt with 7% and London with 3.6%, followed by other places which are more marginal. The authors who were translated were 6 in number: Pluvinel, translated 5 times, La Guérinière 4 times, Delcamp 4 times, Duhalde-Galm 2 times, Cavendish 1 time, and Breuil 1 time also. Among our 110 titles, only 19 were in foreign languages, 63%, 12 publications in the German language, either bilingual re-editions in French and German, other monolingual, 2 titles in Spanish, 1 for English, 1 in Italian, and 1 in Swedish. If we take some more precise examples, we have Delcamp here, who we have mentioned already today. He's the author of The Art of Horse Riding, and this publication was re-edited 3 times in France, with changes of title and additional texts being added in 1664, 71, and 90. This publication was also published in German in 1670, and that was re-edited 3 times, 1673, 82, and 98. All these German editions were printed in Frankfurt. So we see, ultimately, that Delcamp's work drew interest through to the end of the 18th century, especially in Germany. This was also the case of Pluvinel, who we saw previously that he was one of the most published and most translated. The Instruction of the King in 1625 was published several times in French and German, mainly published in German, in Germany, 1 in Paris. The translations were a few years after the publication of the original publication in 1628, 29, 40, and 70. We should also note a Spanish edition much later in 1751, published in Madrid. So the French editions were printed regularly through to 1706. So we see that ultimately this publication had long-lasting success throughout the 17th century, and which continued into the 18th century. If we take now the final focus of our study, the content of these printed publications, here we try to find some avenues showing exchanges or links between people from different countries. Again, relating to French riding, we focused particularly on the dedications, which show networks of relations which can exist, and also showed the ties between knowledge and power of the people who embody it. Also seeing where the works in the corpus were well received. So once again, some context, some background. From the 17th century, we see a culture of printing emerging, and the text of dedication places the publication under the protection of a powerful person for them to try to construct a public image, and it constitutes one of the parts of rhetorical protocol in this literary and scientific production of the times. The dedication was either in text or images. In both cases, the aim was to flatter the person to whom the dedication was addressed, and in terms of iconography, that person was often taken as a great man of horsemanship. In our corpus, we have 73% of the authors who make one or several such dedications in their works. Among them, there are 5 of the 14 who dedicate publications to one or several foreign personalities. Among the 58 dedications found in the corpus that we studied, 16 were in text and 42 in iconography, either a portrait at the beginning or an illustration, as we will see afterwards in the examples. So Pierre de Lanoux, the author of French and Italian cavalry, presents a series of plates which are dedicated to the Holy Roman Empire, mentioning different names. Anne-Sophie studied this question, but had difficulty identifying exactly who the references were to, but she did succeed in identifying, thanks to the titles, a certain number of names. I'll give you some. You'll have to, I'll apologize for my horrendous German pronunciation. Wolfgang Sigismund von Herberstein, Henry V of Plauen, Anthony II, and Johann Balthasar von Strattenbach. So once again, Pierre de Lanoux, for whom we had relatively little biographical information, through his dedications we do see that there was a strong tie with Germany. The other example is La Guérinière, with the School of Cavalry, where there are different dedications, and including to Charles of Lorraine, and also some iconography. An example you see on the screen among the leading figures who are mentioned: the Marquis of Beauvilliers, the son of Count Saint-Aignan, the Marquis of La Ferté, and most importantly, the Prince of Nassau on the screen here, who is doing a pesade, Charles of Nassau. And until now, we hadn't been able to establish any particular ties between La Guérinière and the United Provinces, but this dedication does suggest that there may potentially have been something, that La Guérinière either had foreign pupils or at least an influence outside the borders of France. And I come to our conclusion. So ultimately, with our brief survey of this corpus, we do see that this renown of the French school is particularly strong in Germany and in the Low Countries. However, there are a number of other avenues to be explored to add to this analysis, and I'll suggest a few here. On the circulation of people, Karine suggested the question of diplomatic visits, because, for example, in Versailles, guests were almost systematically taken to the stables to see the work of the equerries and the pages. So we can consider that there's part of this renown and reputation came from this source. Karine suggested the catalogue of the exhibition, which was published for the visitors to Versailles. Then there's the correspondence of the equerries or the diplomatic gifts, which we already mentioned this morning, which can also be a very interesting area for analysis. Then regarding the circulation of printed documents, I think something could be done to study the presence of French books in foreign public or private libraries or in different institutions. This could provide clues, even though often it's difficult to know the exact date when these publications entered these libraries, how often they have been consulted. But for example, for a private library, there's always the possibility of there being some traces through marginal notes, handwritten notes and ex libris stamps, or marks or bindings that are particularly of good quality, or marks of wear and tear to show that a given page has been consulted more than others. There can be these physical signs which give us a clue. Finally, regarding the content of the printed documents, for this we would need to analyze the foreign texts, in particular to see any phenomena of intertextuality, so references to other authors or to other documents printed in French, and to try to see what the situation is in these texts. Are they making a quote as a basis for an authoritative statement, or is somebody being quoted because their opinion or idea is being challenged? There you have it. I have finished. Thank you very much.
Donc Guillaume Maury revient.
While Guillaume Maury is coming back, I would like to highlight the quality of the academic work done. I do know this theme, but I discovered many things, so thank you so much for this analysis on written work, and congratulations for this remarkable work. You might have questions you want to ask to Guillaume Maury for his first presentation, or to Honorine right after hers. Please raise your hand and you will be given a microphone. So don't take the floor without a microphone, and please ask brief questions. We have little time to allow time for answers. A question for the first presenter. You said that Guérinière was the person who transformed horse riding, free or artistic horse riding, into a more set in stone academic horse riding style. How do you perceive Galien Sanseverino and France in general? La Guérinière codified moves. Since there was no theory, he codified the moves. I mean, especially for high airs, RO, he codified it and said what it should look like. Sanseverino and others all did the same. They were just as good in terms of execution. But the purpose of La Guérinière in his book was to create a theory. He complained that people did not have the theory and did not know how a horse works. So it's in his book. My question was more about Sanseverino. He was the first one to perform saut de cabriole to the court. So as an artist, I'm also linking it with the Equestrian Academy here. He was less technical, but he was a true artist. And that's what Sanseverino brought. And since he was equerry of France, they're of the same quality as equerries. But La Guérinière codified things in his book. The different might rely in the organization of knowledge in the book of La Guérinière. I think that there are people who can practice, who know how to do things, but they cannot really express them. And others take over in shaping or explaining those discoveries. Maybe it's another option for Mrs. Tellier in terms of information supports. You talked about prints a lot, but there's also other sources like manuscripts and up until the 17th century that were compilation of extracts from several books, Les Planches de Morte, for example, or representations of figures. I saw them often in collections, but they are rarely studied. Some parts of the book were lost, some captions were lost, so this could be an option to compile European knowledge as well. I think that something can be done with private archives and what's called commonplace in English, notes and notebooks that personalities might have compiled, and you can see that there's a link with certain knowledge. There's handwritten notes which can help understand what they liked, what approaches they liked best or less. So I do think it's a good option to investigate. Thank you. Hello. Just a question about those books and the travels of equerries that you studied. It stopped in the 18th century. Why? Because you decided to focus on the period? Or is it because after the 18th century there were less documents or less supports? There's much more documents and supports after. That was a request that we received for this specific period, and Anne-Sophie's work stopped also up until the 18th century. So we didn't go further, but after, there's also a lot to do with.
Il n'y a pas de questions plus précises.
No more specific question, Corinne, or... Wait for the microphone. I thought Honorine Tellier's presentation was very exciting, and it reminded me of written documents I found at the Strasbourg Library, written in French, from German writers, especially the Baron de Zint, who was an officer from Cologne, who wrote a principle or treaty of horse riding in French, which was translated in Latin, French, and German. And when I read this book a few years back, I was wondering what part was influenced by La Guérinière and other French authors. Coming from Strasbourg, I think there would be a lot of work to do on the Germanic work, and we indeed could start this work as part of a cooperation with German researchers on this type of work. So thank you for presenting those opportunities. I know that originally Anne-Sophie had included this work in her original corpus. We decided not to focus on these because we thought they were not French per se. That's why we didn't study them, but she did start working on them. Thank you. Okay, well, I think we're going to conclude for this part. We'll take a small break and then we'll come back for a debate. That was a good presentation of the French equestrian culture through books, literature, and different characters. So you can take a few minutes break now and come back at... So we start at 40 past and we'll be back at 4. So -5, be back in the room. Thank you. speakers who will also answer your questions if you have any. Can we start? Yes. So we'll start with a presentation, or by introducing the personalities around the table. Maybe each person can introduce themselves? Yes? You have a microphone. Okay. On your seats. There you go. So please introduce yourself within a few seconds.
Bonjour.
Good morning and good afternoon. I'm Patrick Poilon. I'm an equerry at the Cadre Noir de Saumur. I represent the equerry chief who couldn't come. I have been an equerry for 25 years at the Cadre Noir, employed by the National School of Horse Riding. I was hired in 1992. I spent my entire career in Saumur. I practiced jumping professionally, show jumping, and then I joined the Cadre Noir. And now I'm a chief equerry and I coordinate performances relating to show jumping. Thank you very much. Can you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Helmut Oberhauser. I'm a rider of the Spanish Riding School since 27 years now. I'm responsible for 8 of our stallions, and it's a big honor and pleasure to be here.
Vous m'excusez, mais je vais essayer de parler.
Excuse me, but I'll try to speak French. It's better than English for me. I have been at the Portuguese equestrian art for 44 years. I'm the equerry-in-chief. I'm a breeder of horses and president of the Association of English Thoroughbred. I do show jumping, dressage. I work at the Federation. I was at the cavalry, and that's enough. Hello, my name is Rafael. I'm the director of the Real Escuela Andaluza of Equestrian Art. I don't speak French. I'll speak English.
The Royal School is to be the manager, the general manager, and I responsible of more or less everything. My degree is veterinary and PhD in veterinary, and I joined to the real school 1 year and a half ago. So yes, I just starting there, but I think that enough to take part in this high level table. And I would like to say congratulations to the organization because I think that it's a very, very high level meeting.
Very much.
Bonjour, je suis Laure Guillaume.
Hello, I'm Laure Guillaume, Equerry-in-Chief of the Equestrian Academy of Versailles, founded by Bartabas. In 2003, I started my career at 19 years old. I stayed at the El Zingaro Theater. I did many shows and traveled the world. And when the project of the Academy was launched, it was very dear to my heart. And for 15 years now, I've been part of the shows. I trained the horses, the equerries, long rein and training work. And I'm a link with the artistic performances. Thank you for your invitation. I'm very intimidated, actually. I'm much more comfortable on horseback than speaking in public. Hello, everyone. I'm Colonel Marie-Audrey Loeb. I command the regiment of the Republican Guard. As you can see with my uniform, I am an officer in the gendarmerie, so my career was not exclusively part of the Guard, but mainly operational in the gendarmerie services, including in the regiment of cavalry. I've been managing the regiment for a year, but I had served in the regiment for 8 years when I finished school. Should I introduce myself? Karine McGrath. I'm working in the archives department of the Palace of Versailles. I steered the project of those international meetings with my colleagues from the DDC, and we are very happy to have you in Versailles. It's really a big event, an unprecedented one, so thank you so much. And afterwards, we will continue after the roundtable with performances on the Parterre d'Eau. All of you will be there, except for Vienna and the Cadre Noir, but it's okay, next time. Alain, did you introduce yourself? Alain Franqueville. I'm a former equerry of the Cadre Noir, former national trainer in horse training, international judge, and I'm retired. But I'm an active president of the French Mission for the Equestrian Culture from the Ministry of Culture and the Federation for Sports Horse Riding and the National School, which is now called the French Institute of Horses and Horse Riding, a larger structure now. So we defend having horse riding included in the intangible heritage of UNESCO. And to conclude the presentations, maybe each of you could talk for 2 or 3 minutes about your structure, summarized, so that everybody can understand what your specificities are, but very quickly, because then we'll have plenty of time to elaborate. Who wants to start? João Pedro, maybe? Well, first of all, I would like to thank the Palace of Versailles and all those who organized this symposium. It's a pleasure to be invited here. I forgot to talk about myself. With great classical masters in Portugal, like Diego de la Forge, the owner of the library, Maître Noon, etc. I rode with him. But about our school, I need to explain horse riding in Portugal. Portugal is part of the Iberian Peninsula with our friends from Spain. And we have the Iberian horses, of course. It used to be called the Giné d'Espagne. This horse is said to have created horse riding. It works both ways. And about horse riding in Portugal, we talked about the Moors when they escaped the peninsula. They were there for 5 centuries, from the 8th to the 13th in Portugal. And they brought a way to ride, which is called à la Jeunette, completely different from what used to be done in Portugal back then. That is a way to ride in the north of the Pyrenees, which was mainly for war, with armors and more compact horses. That was the practice before. And it changed. In the peninsula, it was the exact opposite. The horse was flexible, the riders did not wear an armor, which influenced horse riding in Portugal and also in Spain a lot. This morning we talked about our treaty from our king. Most people don't know it, but we could say that this might have been the great treaty after Xenophon, which is in the Paris Library and not in Portugal, because when our king died, the queen left, took the manuscript, and nobody knows what happened to it. It was only discovered here in the 19th century. And this king, well, the book is called Manière de monter en toutes les selles. 5 types of saddles. but the most important one was the one used for à la Jeunette horse riding, but also bridle horse riding, especially with the pommel in jousts and battles. This book already spoke about the spiritual level of riders as gentlemen. They were part of the court. They practiced horse riding on top of painting and music. But for horse rider, they already said that a young horse rider had to ride an older horse. In order to learn, they had to practice gymnastics on horseback to have the right position, etc. And this way, the de Jeunette horse riding style was practiced in Portugal and Spain throughout the 15th century, because the treaty is from 1435, and that's the one that is most practiced, à la Jeunette. And the troops in Spain or in Portugal practiced both types. Some troops had impact armors, and to fight the enemy, they had structures riding à la Jeunette as well. This is visible in the paintings of the Escorial Museum in Spain with the Aguilera battle. Am I speaking too fast? No, we'll move to somebody else right after. Okay. And this riding style was adopted by the Portuguese. And in the 17th century, an author merged both styles. The ideal for a rider is to be between à la Jeunette and bridle style, with the feet slightly doubled. Yesterday, I visited the palace, and all the paintings you can see is bridle riding style, with the legs like this. And when you start doubling the legs, which is part of the treaty, that was included in the 18th century. But let me talk about the 18th century. The Portuguese learned in the books around riding in the Renaissance era, Pluvinel, etc., the Italian Renaissance. But the most important part in horse riding in Portugal was that in the 18th century, Portugal had money, not like today. It was a great empire, and Brazil was providing gold to the Portuguese court. And with that gold, the king was married to an Austrian princess who was used to the Vienna school, and she pushed the king to create a school in Lisbon, which he did. In 1748, he created the institution. And the Royal Academy had almost 1,000 horses in the royal stables with 50 equerries. But the issue is that in the 19th century, Napoleon decided to invade Portugal with Spain. And when they came back to Lisbon, the royal family, not like we heard this morning, fleeing on horseback, they left to Brazil because our king said, the French are very powerful, but we're smarter, and the empire is so great. And he decided that the capital would be in Rio de Janeiro. He left with the best stallions of the royal stables, and when he came back, he stole 600 stallions. And the English stole to help the Portuguese, and in the end, after the 3 French invasions, the Portuguese, with the future Duke of Wellington, chased the French troops up until Bordeaux almost, and the Spanish as well. And the Royal Academy lost some of its prestige. Then a great riding arena was built. I had the pictures, but we cannot show them. A great riding arena in 1793. The Portuguese queen destroyed the former riding arena, created a very nice one, the best in the world except for the Vienna one. And then some great horse riding treaty Manuel Cajandad, which is a very big treaty where you can see all riders doubling their knee, which is similar to the current position. In the book, he describes the entire phase, show jumping, air relevé, from the Baroque era in the greatest academies. Then there was a civil war in the first quarter of the 19th century. And with that civil war, the Royal Academy was almost over in Lisbon up until the last queen, who was French, and closed the Royal Academy and created a carriage riding arena. What is the Portuguese school? It's that all horse riders who were classical, who said, why don't we rebuild the Academy of the 18th century, whether you like it or not? Bullfights were still present for the royal family. Only the nobles could do bullfighting, ambassadors for a wedding. That was a way to celebrate back then. Now I appreciate with animal well-being that it's difficult, but it remains a tradition. Why? Because bullfighting horse rider brought the tradition of the 18th century up until today. The costumes are similar to Louis XIV. The horses are the same than used in the 18th century and before, and the saddling is similar. So what's the impact? Those who were behind this idea decided to create the Portuguese school in 1979. And I cannot forget the influence of Boucher on Portuguese horse riding. Why? Because that's the time where they were mixed with thoroughbred. And back then, the bullfighters did not control the horses very well in front of the bulls. That's why all the authors from the 19th to the 20th century talk about this, because that was the best way to destroy the resistance of English thoroughbred. So although Portugal is a small country, I say that it has the capacity to absorb French horse riding style, La Reynière, La Brou, etc., the Academy of Versailles, of Les Tuileries, towards ours, and mix it with Boucher, for example, which is a bit more complicated. We will work on this in a moment, but I would like each of the institutions and countries represented to introduce quickly their history and their institution. And then during the debates, we'll have a chance to come back to the different techniques and influences amongst countries. Austria, maybe, next?
The Spanish Riding School in Vienna is the oldest riding academy in the world. And to this day, it preserves the high school of classical horsemanship in its original and in its pure form.
It's
the objective is to achieve perfection, brilliance, and harmony. In short, the unity between horse and the rider.
Where one's sense of time seems to disappear.
The classical high school of horsemanship is distinguished between the schools on the ground and the schools above the ground. Here we saw a beautiful capriole. We also work the horses on the long rein. Charles Imperial VI was one of our
Here, things
most
actually are
influenced
just like in the days of the Austrian Empire. The threads of the Danube
mans.
monarchy that exist for many centuries.
The high school of classical horsemanship can be traced back in the ancient Greece. It was rediscovered in the Renaissance and subsequently developed further in various royal courts in Europe. Here we see part of the school quadrille. The foundation of the Spanish riding school goes back to the Renaissance. in spring 2016, the Spanish Riding School was part of the UNESCO Intangible Cultural World Heritage of Humanity, and also PIBER with its knowledge in the Lipizan breed. The original objective of the Spanish Riding School was to educate young noblemen and turn them into cavaliers. We have now also, since 2008, female riders, which are an important part also in the riding school. We have the possibility to go out with the horses in our Burggarten, to make a small and short, to show them a little bit in the nature. Yeah, that's the Spanish Riding School.
Parfait, merci beaucoup, et c'était en images. On va passer alors à
Thank you very much. Who wants to take the floor? Le cadre noir, Mr. Pralon. Le cadre noir is now part of the IFCE, the French Institute of Horses and Horse Riding, which is a merger between the National School and the National Stud Farm. They now target crucial missions. Originally, Le Cadre Noir was included in the stables in Saumur, and in 1985 they went back to new facilities. At the time, the point was to allow the possibility to give more visibility to the Cadre Noir. We built a riding arena that could contain 2,000 people. Originally, the maximum was 200 or 300 people. So the idea was to promote French traditional horse riding within a riding arena that could welcome more public. Today, Le Cadre Noir, the French Institute of Horses and Horse Riding have 4 main missions that we'll have a chance to discuss in a moment. Thank you very much. So we've discovered Le Cadre Noir. Now who'd like to talk? Portugal, maybe? Spain? Sorry. La Real Escuela de Arte Equestre, l'école royale andalouse, est une institution qui est née il y a 50 ans à partir d'une action privée. Mais ensuite, c'est devenu une fondation publique. Et aujourd'hui, nous faisons partie du gouvernement régional de l'Andalousie. Cependant, l'objectif de cette école régionale n'est plus que régionale. Nous considérons être une référence non seulement dans notre région en Andalousie, mais dans l'Espagne tout entière. Et un des objectifs principaux de cette école, Escuela Andaluza, c'est bien sûr le dressage, la formation. Nous sommes une école. À l'heure actuelle, nous avons 44 étudiants. Mais en plus de cela, nous avons des performances ou un spectacle très connu, très important, et qui existe depuis 50 ans, et qui s'appelle Como bailan los caballos andaluces, comment dansent les chevaux andalous. Il s'agit d'un spectacle classique, et d'ailleurs, le fondateur de l'école royale, Álvaro Domecq, faisait partie de l'école espagnole de Vienne. Il y a appris le dressage classique, et c'est pour cette raison qu'on se sent un petit peu héritier de Vienne. Il s'agit de formation, de spectacle, mais nous avons également des installations à Jerez de la Frontera, c'est là que nous sommes basés, et nous avons 2 missions. deux musées plutôt, celui des attelages et celui des arts équestres. Et pour ces musées, l'objectif est d'avoir un objectif didactique et de montrer aux Espagnols et à tous partout dans le monde quelle est notre tradition, mais également ce qu'est le dressage classique. Voilà donc pour certains de nos objectifs. De plus, nous considérons également être une manière de présenter les chevaux andalous pur sang. Nous avons 142 chevaux, dont la plupart sont des chevaux espagnols ou andalous. Et il est très important pour nous, comme Joao Pedro l'a dit, eux, ils ont le Lusitano, nous avons les chevaux espagnols et nous pensons qu'il est important de maintenir cette tradition. Nous avons également des juments, puisque nous avons une ferme, c'est la seule ferme publique d'Andalousie, ou de chevaux andalus, et c'est particulièrement important pour nous.
Talk about our strategy regarding the horses, because we don't have only our own horses. We have deal with different farmers and also with different institutions. As Yeguada Cartuja, this is a public stat from the central government and also with the military, and we take the horses when they are called, and we try to show show the capacity of these horses through our riders. So this is also a very important target that we try to do. And also, to finish my first intervention, in our facilities, we try to do some cultural event related to the horses. We are now assisting this meeting. We try to do some presentation of books, films, and meetings regarding the art equestrian. This is our target, and finally, for us, it's also important to internationalize the equestrian art. So for us, it's very important to have this relationship between the different schools and the European school, because I think that it is the best way to enhance the equestrian art.
Alors, vous voyez qu'on fait un tour presque d'Europe.
Well, you can see that we're almost touring Europe here. We were in the south now. We're back to the French capital, and we'll conclude with our location, Versailles, with the Republican Guard.
Alors sur
Regarding the cavalry of the Republican Guards, the big difference with everything I've heard so far is that we aren't a riding school. We're really an operational unit. We report to the National Gendarmerie and the Republican Guard. If you could put the video or images up. We have 6 photographs here to summarize our activity, which I hope will appear on the screen behind us. There we have the photograph. Oh, they're going to come and help us. We can't be good at everything, can we? So, before we get the pictures up on the screen, the cavalry regiment is 460 horses, 500 people. And our mission is to be gendarme on horseback. Still no pictures. So you will see that being a gendarme on horseback means fulfilling all our different duties of the gendarmerie, but on our horses. So you have these images which try to show the different aspects, our different capacities. We're an operational multi-purpose unit. Top left, we have what we have inherited from horseback combat. We can address different situations on horseback and on foot. In the middle, you have a picture from July, where we went to deal with demonstrations against water reservoirs which were being built to block demonstrators. Top right, the patrols during the Olympic Games in the streets in Paris. And you'll see that the horse rider on the left is a rider from Qatar who we were working with. We also had riders from the Netherlands who were working with us. Bottom left. For the sports activities here, you have a picture from the modern pentathlon at the Olympic Games with Elodie Clouel, who got the silver medal in the pentathlon with her horse Fly de Vescurie, which is from the cavalry regiment, as we provided 20 horses from the regiment for the modern pentathlon at the Olympics. In the middle, you have the opening ceremony. Some of you may have seen this, with the 3 horses which come from the cavalry regiment, as do their riders. And bottom right, an image of one of our special performances on Place de la Concorde. So obviously we also provide gendarmes for certain key events of the year on the 14th of July, 8th of May, etc. So our horses and the tradition, for French tradition, is really a basis which makes these horses working horses for our gendarmes, multi-purpose and able to adapt to all the different duties and responsibilities of the gendarmerie. Thank you very much. And Versailles. Well, Versailles, you're all familiar with the stables just opposite. The palace, built in 1680 by Mansart, renovated by the architect Patrick Bouchin with Bartabas in 2003 to create the Equestrian Academy of Versailles. What we can say is that we have a very short history compared with the others. The Academy is really trying to perpetuate this tradition of French horse riding through shows, and the equerries, all women at the moment. It's not a choice of Bartabas at the moment, it's just that all the equerries are women. There have been young men over the years, but we have an artistic formation. We do artistic fencing performances, singing, dancing, Japanese archery. It's a bit like the school for pages back in the day when they trained the horse riders to have also all these artistic disciplines. And it's really very interesting for us to develop this sensitivity, this awareness of the body, and many things that we'll talk about later in terms of the shows. But when we teach, for us, it's much easier to have this knowledge of the positioning of the horse, its balance, in order to pass on this art which we teach, riding as an artistic discipline rather than as a sports discipline. Our aim is to do shows, which we do every weekend, which are showing a different repertory of activities, which enables us to train the riders and the horses, which can be seen every weekend. And it's also a chance to visit the stables and to see these magnificent buildings that are part of the palace. Well, thank you to the 6 representatives of these long-standing equestrian traditions. Even the more recent institutions are referring to a more historic tradition. If we could give them a round of applause. So now, art at the service of riding. That's the principle of the School for the Pages and the riding schools or academies. And we're now going to ask you, perhaps Helmut, what Versailles represents for you in terms of equestrian art as an equerry in the Vienna School.
fantastic possibility to be here in these circumstances. We looked a little bit in our archives about the historical part between Versailles and Vienna, and we saw that Guérini and Adam von Weyrother had a connection. Adam von Weyrother was, after his work in Vienna, he came here to Versailles and was also part of the equestrian staff. Also the architect, Emanuel Fischer from Erlach, the older, who's the architect from our riding school, was inspired from the church here in Versailles. So these are the main connection points, I would say, for us.
Pedro?
Comme je disais,
as I said, at the beginning of the 18th century, the King of Portugal wanted to imitate the French Academy of Louis XIV that you have here in Versailles to create the Great Academy, the school in Lisbon. And after that, there were all the treatises of the French tradition which came to Portugal. And in our treatise, they don't talk a lot about they talk about Newcastle, Pluvinel. We don't know, but the treatise really is inspired by La Guérinière, and Versailles was always an inspiration for Portugal. Our school is referred to as Little Versailles. It doesn't quite have the splendor of the real Versailles, but our riding really has many links with French riding. I haven't said this yet, but the Portuguese school at the moment has 60 horses, 15 riders, of whom 3 are women, one of whom is here.
La Real Escuela, the founder of the Real Escuela, Álvaro Domecq, went before to Vienna. So through Vienna, we get some information or some background of the France in general and Vienna in particular. And I would say that also it is curious because the founder of the Real Escuela, Álvaro Domecq, remained from France. It's an Spanish that went from a family from France. And also our facilities, it is curious because the palace that we have in the Real Escuela is a French palace. The architect of this palace was Garnier. So there is a very and the constructor, the first owner of the Real Escuela was Pemartin, that was a family from France. So it is curious, there is a link between France and Real Escuela. But in technical aspect, we have the connection through Vienna.
Alors si on parle de Saumur, Saumur et Versailles.
And if we talk about Saumur and Versailles, are they rivals, opponents, or? To come back to what Guillaume said earlier, when he traced the history of the Grand Masters of Versailles and all that continuity through to the present day, but in fact still today in Saumur there are always 2 key messages that come up time and time again. I'll quote them for you, and I think you'll understand. We always have General Lot, who is present with us daily. We train our young equerries, and we try to make sure that they're always calm and straight in their approach. So, in fact, when we explain to our young equerries who arrive in the school, at the beginning they come from the world of sport, and they haven't yet tried to go any further, and they're taught through the Grandmasters. We have them read the Grandmasters and their works in the library. They consult the documents, and we explain to them that each word has its meaning, and that there is this, and this can guide their careers. And we have another Grandmaster through quoting Colonel Grandloup, who advocated for a form of riding which was well balanced in movement, with folding the segments, not quite in the Spanish or the Portuguese style, which is a working style. Here, this is more a sports style of riding, where they would always say that tradition does not exclude love for progress. And through our equerries who teach riding in the French tradition, we often refer to this as la belle équitation, and we always try to work on the movement, to try to draw on the different schools, whether it be Versailles or our colleagues in other schools from other worlds of riding, always to try to find that common thread which is going to enable us to make progress. Thank you very much. Now for the Republican Guard, what is your relationship with the equestrian tradition and its principles? I'm sorry, but it's not easy, but General Lott is also present in our learning process, because forward and straight ahead is the message that guides our missions, because the calm of the horse and of the rider is particularly important, whether we're in a patrol or an escort assignment. It's essential to be calm. We have many horses out in the streets, and these 135 horses which are out have to go from point A to point B perfectly, or at least apparently calmly. Sometimes they may be more agitated underneath. But we also have to do things straight. But sometimes we also have to adapt to our situation, but we have to do things harmoniously, perfectly harmoniously, perhaps not, but as harmoniously as possible, but really trying to keep things as calm as possible. And what we always draw from the French tradition is this relationship of trust, because a horse which is vanquished is not necessarily a horse which is convinced. We want to convince the horse to work with us, not to defeat them. And you saw the photograph earlier with demonstrators who wanted to go from point A to point B, and we were blocking them from doing that. There comes a point where ultimately the horse is going to face something new, a mass of people. So throughout our learning process, from the very beginning, when we draw inspiration from the Blondeau method, whenever we encounter, we always have to make sure there is this relationship of trust between horse and rider, which comes from the French tradition, this mutual trust between the rider and the horse and the rider, in order to be able to accept to go together into situations that might be situations of confrontation or opposition. And having said this, going on patrol might seem simple. We just ride around and get on with our business. And if we see demonstrators, we just stand there and block them, because that's not the case. But moving the shoulders or haunches of the horse is important in our missions. And if we haven't learned how to do this in the arena, how to use our horse, how to move its shoulders or its haunches, when there is a demonstrator who's there who we need to arrest, we're not going to be able to do it. So this French tradition for us really is the basis of everything, and then we adapt it to the task that we actually have to accomplish. Thank you very much. So the Versailles School. Well, I'm going to come back. I'm going to mention General Lott as well. So, and I also had a quotation. You have to bear in mind that Bartabas, in the show that we present, it's not meant to be didactic or pedagogical. We're not explaining what we do. We want there to be emotion. But throughout the show, there are phrases from different equerries, General Lott, including equestrian tact, the sense that the work we do is as necessary to the equerry, to the rider and artist, as it's indispensable to have a sense of color for a painter or a sense of harmony for a musician. So that's this art, this equestrian art. And also we have another phrase from Bedon, who recommends that we should settle for little and reward our horses generously. So these are phrases which are repeated during each show. And I'll also quote Oliveira, a marvelous animal, the horse merits understanding of its character and its possibilities from the rider. This is a school of humility, and if well done, it makes people better. So it's easier to summarize what we do in that way, but I also forgot to say that we have 40 horses, all of which are Portuguese, or most of which are Portuguese, and there are between 10 and 12 equerries. Thank you very much. So there we've been quickly around an instructive presentation of the different institutions, the points we have in common, the approaches that are different. That's very interesting on this relationship. And sorry, if I could just say one more thing to come back to what we were saying about that confidence in the French tradition between the respect between the rider and the animal in the show that is really of huge importance here at the Palace of Versailles. When there are the big musical shows, we do shows on a stage on the basin of the Fountain of Neptune, where we have to ride over a small footbridge, a small bridge onto the fountain. And if the horse doesn't trust its rider, these are choreography performances which are going to be totally impossible if that trust is not there. So now we're going to move on to another theme, which is that of transmission, passing on these skills and presentations of how do we organize this transmission, this process of transmission within our different schools, the principles, the work, and also the place that may be occupied by the shows, the visible part of this transmission. So who would like to speak first? Until last year, transmission at the Portuguese Equestrian Art School was verbal, oral, through our practice, the elders teaching to the younger people. Now we have defined rules, we have regulations to establish barriers for the riders, and also in the way in which they ride their horses in the future, because we didn't want to lose the tradition. Obviously, there's modernism in riding as in everything else, but we want to make sure that we do pass on the traditions of the 18th century, and so that things have changed. The world has changed, but we have these regulations to make sure the tradition is respected, but we really wanted to maintain, to uphold this art by drafting regulations, and I think that was a good idea. So you have formalized this. It's not a horse riding guide, it's a set of rules, barriers. But do you address the notion of progression? At what age? Things can evolve, but we mustn't lose the characteristics of the academic riding of the 18th century. And our activity draws its roots from the 18th century. The costumes, the saddles are things that need to be upheld, because obviously if we don't adapt, the school will be finished. But these things have to be upheld. And as regards the work of the school, we're open to the public every morning from 10 through to 1 p.m. and they can see what we're doing. And once a month, we also organize a gala once a month at 9:30. And we were talking about this with our colleagues from Vienna, but that's going to change perhaps next year to do a show perhaps every week and 4 or 5 key major galas a year, a bit like they do at Saumur, so that people can also visit the stables to see the atmosphere there, to see how we look after the horses, the saddles, the harnesses, everything. And that people will be able to see that and then also see the show or a gala. Could we have the viewpoint of the School of Vienna regarding this process, this rather traditional process of the training of the equerries and the work with the horses?
Very young riders. They are usually between 15 to 18 years old. The first year when they are in the riding school, they start just with lunge work. They are in the stable. They have to muck out They have to learn a lot of the history, a lot of the veterinarian stuff. They get taught also in different topics like English and whatever. So after a year of lunging, they get schooled also on our schoolmasters, on our horses, which are completely developed and educated horses, which are part of the performance. That's the kind of dualism. So the young riders learn from the experienced horses, and then they can give back their knowledge to the horses. So when they are around 5 to 6 years in the riding school, they became the rank of an assistant riders. When they are responsible, then they are responsible also for the first stallion, what they have to completely school or educate. So in the, I would say, Grand Prix class, or in the high school of classical horsemanship. And if this works, and if the horse is also part of the performance, then they are Bereiter, so we call it. The education of the riders took at least 10 years. Of the horses, it's a little bit shorter, that's 6 to 8 years. Yeah, in the beginning of the schooling a horse, each rider, so after a year of the Remonten year, we say, so that's a year where the horses are just schooled forward to straighten the horses, so that the Remonten year, it means that young riders ride the young horses. After a year, they get to the rider, who choose the horse. And then we start also with the work in hand. And then you can see, is this maybe a horse for the Levade, Capriole, or Corbett, our 3 school jumps? Or is it a horse which is nice to ride, which is rideable, what performs nicely under the rider? Yeah, we have a 6 days week of training. 2 days, we have the performances on Saturday and on Sunday. Yeah. That's in short a little bit of the education. I mean, we can go back also to the Direktiven. So these are our guidelines. We have very, very old guidelines, which are from 1730, written by Regenthal. And we have younger ones, which are in the end of the 19th century. But there is basically described a little bit of an overview of how to educate a horse, how to educate a rider. So this is just the fundament of the education.
Merci beaucoup. Alors,
Thank you very much. So it's an approach which is rather different, in fact, from Saumur. We don't have the same system of recruitment and training for our riders. So that's interesting, I think, to remind people of the principles of the work with the horses. So in Saumur, we have 282, I think it was, horses. Between 100 and 110 horses which are being educated and which will be used for the training of future riders for the state diplomas. All of these trainees who come to us are trained by the equerries, because all the equerries are trainers. Before they are there to uphold the French tradition. They have several duties, several missions. The most important of these is to pass on this skill. Then there are about 100 horses which are for the presentations or public presentations or shows. A part of the work of an equerry is to present the work of Saumur in public presentations. Generally, there are 23 shows, if I remember correctly, which are given with a guided commentary where for an hour the public can come in. We explain to them the work of the school in Saumur. Then there are more extensive presentations, which we call galas, where all the equerries with the chief equerry present the work of the arena in Saumur. But in fact, when we recruit people, when an old equerry leaves, we recruit new ones who need to have university background. We realized that it's not everything just to be able to get one leg on each side of the horse and to understand riding. You have to be able to think about what you're doing, to be able to then convey that to others. And then we pair the young equerries with a more experienced colleague. When a young equerry is recruited at the Cadre Noir at the beginning, they are a pupil for 1 year, and they work with an older equerry, experienced, who explains to them how things work, that they're going to have to go to the library, read things, learn things, that then they're going to be constantly under the supervision of others. They're going to be given older horses, and I heard that earlier, that a young equerry and with a more experienced horse, and that's very much what we do to learn the leaps to work with the horse. We give them horses which are, let's say, experienced and which can teach the work to them. Then they become an aspirant equerry, we call that, where they have responsibilities, and these equerries then propose to the chief equerry that a young equerry should be allowed to move up, to become an aspirant, and then they wear the black uniform, and then for a few years, 2-3 years after that, they continue to train. And on average, I would say that it takes 4 to 5 years for an equerry really to be able to take part in a performance alone, to really be aware of all the things they need to be able to perform without a colleague behind them to guide them. So the training we have enables us to have equerries who become more experienced as they age, and who really have to have a sound grounding before they start training others. And I've heard this several times, but this really is very, very important. The French tradition in riding is based on respect for the horse. And we know that when we're young, a young equerry or not, we often have a bit of a tendency to want to make shortcuts, to go a bit too quickly, sometimes to even want to get results very quickly, when in fact we teach them that the fact that the horse is a living animal with its own sense and sensitivity, and each horse has its own voice, its own character, and all these things have to be studied in order to get it, to take it where we want to go, always with full respect in the way we use and work with the horse. It takes time, and that's why sometimes there are different approaches. But in all of this, I think we're all seeking to go to the same place, which is to use the horse in a respectful way. So thank you. And the Republican Guard?
So we recruit gendarmes. So they started going to the gendarmerie school. And then we have our training center, both for horse and horse riders. I'll start with the riders, and then I'll continue with the horses. For the horse riders, we have recruitment tests out of those who are already gendarmes. So we demand 2 years experience, just to make sure that people understand we are not a riding school, because not everybody understands it. Some think they'll just get the uniform and everything will change. No, yes, we do ride horses. It can be a passion, but ultimately the objective is to fill the mission of the gendarmerie. Once they join us, they have a 16 weeks training where they learn both how to ride in arms, professional horse riding, and of course we continue to improve their basic technique. Our recruitment level is around Gallop 7. Then they go back to the units and continue to be trained. We have the same principle, young rider, old horse, and vice versa. After a few years, some might want to become trainers, horse riding trainers, and since we are a training center in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, people spend 10 months there, and for 10 months they both get the BPGES certificate, then the first degree military certificate in Fontainebleau, and then the certificate to become a horse riding training of the Gendarmerie in Saint-Germain-en-Laye. And once again, the concept is to improve your horse riding techniques. Then there are competitions for dressage, show jumping. The point is to continue to improve, see what's happening elsewhere, and we also teach them how to work with a young horse. They learn the flowering, or rather breaking in horses. And for some who want to continue to improve, we have the same concept of becoming a horse riding trainer of the Gendarmerie, where they get the certificate from the Gendarmerie and the military certificate. So we have a training chain that is fully integrated. As for the horses, it's pretty much the same concept. We buy them at 3 years old. As a commander, I perform purchase campaigns, so we buy them at 3 years old, mainly French ones. As a state institution, it's nice to promote breeding of French horses, the Selle Français, and it meets our needs. It's quiet, it's big, and at 3 years old, they join the training center, so they do the same training, the riders and the horses, and we break them in based on the Blondeau method. We keep them 6 months to a year in Saint-Germain-en-Laye, depending on the horse. Some might have to stay longer, others can be delivered earlier, and then they join the unit where they continue learning with what we call riding arena master, so who got their certificate to be a horse riding trainer, and then at 6 years old, the horse can meet its mission. So it's at 3 years old, they continue the training in the unit, and at 6 years old, we consider that this is the average age where they can be used in all missions. Then there's an entire continuous training. We hired the horses when tear gas has been sent, so you need the horse to be confident and you need them to get used to it so they can go to higher intensity missions. Then, of course, some are not ready at 6 years old, so we take the time and adapt to the horse, and then we perform an analysis. If the horse is not capable of filling all its missions, but they can patrol, for example, but in honor service, it's too much, they cannot handle, then we're lucky because we have 13 positions or 13 units all over the territory. And if a horse is ready for patrol, then they'll go to a unit to fill their mission as a gendarme horse outside of Paris. Final aspect, that's the influence through shows and presentations. So we don't do shows. Yeah, it's interesting to know. Well, we don't do shows. We don't call it a show. We call it a special training, which is more of a demonstration of our know-how. We have different special trainings, and we saw it in the bottom right corner earlier, La Reprise des 12, which happened in June, right here in Versailles. They will perform a pas de quatre. I don't know if it's a sign, but every time it was raining, that's how it goes. Then we have a demonstration of tandems. Earlier we talked about long reins. We have one like this, and then we have a cheval porteur, and the rider manages both horses who perform in sync. We have le carrousel des lances. This is more of a demonstration of rustic and military horse riding to show the harmony of the horse with a spear in the right hand, and then there are 4 reins in the left hand, and then we have jumping performances to show the qualities of the horse riders of the regiment. So we're really demonstrating the show house. Sometimes we open our doors. I don't have the next date, but it's always very nice to show the know-how. And the horses who do those special trainings also do the rest. For example, the Cheval des Douze that you saw on the bottom right corner might have been on the top right corner. They also do honor service and patrolling. So we better understand now how the institutions work, and we still have to hear about the Versailles Academy. Another quote. This time it's Bartabas. Just to summarize what his will was when he was offered to get the great stables of the castle. He said, I wanted to create a school of a new type where a philosophy of living together would be created and the horses would teach us how to work in harmony, respecting the French tradition of horse riding. So our training path is quite similar to Le Cadre Noir. There are different steps. The horse riders join. They become aspiring horse riders. They take care of the horses. Each horse rider brushes them and cares for them, which is very important in this training. We give them the time to do it, except for me, because I get help. But when there's a show, I like to prepare and brush my horses. It's an important time to connect with the horse. Then they start as an aspiring equerry, then an equerry, and then confirmed equerry up until they become a permanent one, if they want to continue in the academy. Some people stayed for 10 or 15 years. I've been there from the beginning, and I immediately started as a permanent equerry. Then I got a diploma in Saumur to get the diploma as a trainer. I did this after 10 years in the academy because I wanted to teach. Then after 6 months, usually the riders are able to join the shows, at least on certain scenes, Le Carrousel, Longren. Fencing on horseback. We pay great attention to the basics. It's very important to us. We have trained horses. We have young horses. So, of course, they ride trained horses, but they also need to learn how to manage the mind of a young horse. There are Sorayas, which are small Portuguese horses. We have a jumper, which is not easy. Not all of them want to do it, but they can also be trained for jumping. And a young horse, so we buy certain horses at age 1, and they have a little scene which is called La Liberté des Poulains. That's all they do, and then we have them sitting with a carrot. That's their first participation in the show, and when they're ready at age 4, then they're broken in, trained, and either they turn out to be good, very good, or not good at all, which is rare. But when you see that a horse is not made for shows, then we get rid of them. It rarely happened, but it has happened recently twice, because these horses did not have the potential to perform in a show. So there's a lot of horses that we trained ourselves. Thank you very much. And now we have the Royal Andalusian Equestrian School. And that will be the last one about recruitment, training, and training the staff, etc.
Meet the equestrian art mainly through our classical courses. We have training courses for young people. They spend in the Real Escuela 4 years training and having classes, practical classes and also theoretical classes, and they spend also 4 years. Also, we have some courses for riders that want to improve the technical level in classical dressage, and this is they spend the student, first of all, the student that spend 4 years, they have to pass a test before to enter in the school. So the people that want to make and improve in the technical, they spend 2 weeks, but this is a very specific one. And also we have some deal with the army and also with an academy to make a course of high-level dressage. So this is the training way to transmit the equestrian art. Also, we have our deliveries open 6 days per week. We have 2 museums. One of them is a very didactic museum of art equest, when we try to, by guide visit, to explain what is the evolution of the equestrian art through the history. And I think that this is very good. And also, we have 2 or 3 times per week our show. Our show is a very specific show. We have been doing more or less this show for 50 years, but every single show is different, and we try to do as best as possible, and we try to transmit the very classical dressage to the people that go there. The people that come to the Real Escuela are very different, because they come people that never has any contact with horses, but also came to the Real Escuela people that are very high level of dressage or knowledges. So we try to attend all of them, because for us it's very important to transmit everything, every single thing in different way to the people that come to our school. I think that this is more or less the way that we transmit the equestrian art.
Merci beaucoup. Donc,
thank you very much. So we've covered quite a few topics. We are going to pass around microphones so you can answer questions. Maybe somebody would like to say something more. I just wanted to say that Portuguese horse riding, or equestrian art, is part of a case that was accepted by the Portuguese Ministry of Culture as intangible heritage, and we're waiting for the decision of UNESCO this year in the first week of December in Paraguay to see our equestrian art become heritage of UNESCO. Just for your information, there's 2 types of intangible heritage. Either it's done at national level, and there's a lot of things in different countries, but it's not easy to get. And then there's an international list. Regarding horse riding or horses, there are 11 different ones in the list, one for France, the French tradition horse riding. Then there's the Vienna School, which is part of both lists. And for you, it's ongoing. Nobody has disagreed so far. It's a very long process. It took several years for us. They're very difficult. It's difficult to build a case and have it accepted, so at international level. But not only horse riding or horses. There are, for example, Akalteke and other traditional practices that UNESCO wants to preserve and make sure that they don't disappear. This is the reason why it's hard to get in the list. But once you're in the list, you have certain duties, and it's very much controlled. And every 4 or 5 years, you need to produce a report in order to be kept on the list. So it's not just an award, it's an entire process. What do you expect in terms of results being part of the UNESCO list? It's to send a signal that we are recognized and capable of maintaining our traditions. The case was not only proposed for this Portuguese school, because it's practiced in Portugal, but not only because of what I said earlier, the connection with the horse. The case was proposed by the municipality of a town in Portugal, the Portuguese school and the Association of Thoroughbreds in Lusitania. The three institutions made the case. Yes, usually, well, for example, Le Cadre Noir was not included in the UNESCO list. It's something wider, and we're working on communities. So Le Cadre Noir is one of them, but many other promote the French tradition. Here it's the same. It's a style of horse riding with the breeding that goes behind it for Austria. So as you can see, it's quite a wide concept. Do you have any question? Hello? I have a little question, maybe for you, Mr. Franqueville and Mrs. Guillaume, on your relationship with the heritage of circus. I think we all agree on what we owe to equestrians like Oliveira, Phyllis, and others in the circus culture quite recently, actually. And I am a circus artist, and I work with horses. And I realized that very little is being done so that this knowledge is transmitted in circus schools. In France, there are 3 national circus schools, and in those 3 schools, equestrian knowledge is not included in the curriculum. And since I am trained both with horses and in circus arts, I would like to know what is your perception on circus and on this transmission that could be done both in the world of academia and also on the capacity of the schools to train artists who could then be autonomous and make sure that this tradition is sustained. Through the Zingaro Theater, I met a lot of aerobatics artists, and there are shortages. These people are very good at standing on a horse or doing aerobatics, but when they ride the horse, they don't know. And it's one of their requests. So I think that in circus schools, it would be necessary to have a curriculum where you learn the basics so that they can use their horses as they should. It's a shame that it doesn't happen, and it should be implemented. It's true that Bartabas, when people come to Zingaro, tries to give them advice, but it's difficult, and that's the basics that should be taught from the beginning. As soon as you use a horse, even if it's just to stand on them, you need to understand the movement, and I agree that something should be done in this regard. But at the academy, Bartabas also offered to the equerries for a show that was called Le Sacre du Printemps, where there was a bit of aerobatics included. And it's interesting when you see a classically trained equerry perform aerobatics. Our riding arena is quite small. It's beautiful, but it's quite small. So usually the shows are shortened, and they can be a bit scared when performing this. So doing aerobatics is a time where you have to let go, really. These are basic things, but it's interesting because in terms of training, a dressage horse rider is important, just like doing show jumping, etc. That's something that can also make you progress. I don't know if I answered your question. Yes, partly. It's very interesting. But my question was also maybe a bit more political. At the National Circus School, the teaching of horse riding was disappeared. And I was wondering what was your perception from your position and maybe a more personal viewpoint on this training that is disappearing, be it acrobatics or other. That's the issue of animals in the entertainment world, be it in circus or elsewhere. It's a good thing, but let's not open this debate. That's not the point. But regarding horses, it's the same as what we might have to. And I see it myself because we meet the public after the show. They walk around the stables, they talk to us, and they often ask us about the horse being locked up or free. No, unfortunately, we don't have paddocks. So we wish we could set them free more regularly. We can't. We send them in the meadows when possible, but we see that this is a recurrent question that didn't exist before on the well-being of horses. But that's a different debate. I think it's an extremely interesting debate, but to me, it can be understood from this idea of reintroducing horses, especially in the urban areas, and to reconnect citizens to this animal as much as possible. And being able to communicate with animals regularly is, I believe, something, a challenge and a way to promote cooperation and to make sure that the public understands this beyond equestrian techniques like bochet. I think the point is also to touch more of the population by showing positive examples. I agree. It's very simple. From the stables, right across the palace, we have to cross the road. We're lucky enough that we can have them walk around. People will honk at us if we are taking too slow. The citizens of the city ask us to pick up the litter, the manure. So it's not that easy. Yes, we do need to put horses back in the city, but do citizens want to see horses in the morning, preventing them from driving in the city, for example? Circus is an issue. We already talked about circus arts, etc. But in the world of circus, there's a union who I reached out to, but it's too technical. But the circus world might wonder whether they should have trained horses like back in the era of bochet. That's the aspect on entertainment or shows, but there might be other questions. Yes, hello everyone, and thank you for those extremely interesting debates. Regarding horse riding, we're focusing on Europe. And I have a question for Helmut. As part of the Spanish School of Vienna, are you willing to export? It exists in the Cape in South Africa. Is it the same school? Are you trying to create connections with other countries outside of Europe?
Also with the Lipizzaners in Cape Town. We try to have a good relationship with all the riding schools around. I've been also at the Lippis at Cape Town to visit them and help them a little bit with their topics. I mean, yeah. So we are in a living exchange with all the riding schools around. Yeah, also there. So in 2000 there was a big performance with all the 4 riding schools here in Paris. 2 years ago, the anniversary of the riding school in Jerez. Also 2 of our riders has been there. You see that the education system is quite similar because it was for our riders as well very easy and clear how to ride the horses there. So the base it's the same, and that was.
Yes, thank you very much. Je comprends bien que
Bon, vous êtes exporté là. En fait, ma seconde question, ça s'adressait plutôt au Portugal.
My question was mainly for Portugal or Spain. Do you also have the intention to go to Africa and to show, even for France actually, the French tradition in order to export it or to keep it in Europe? Because now we're talking about Europe. And I mentioned Austria because it's the only example I know who did this. But is it also your intention to go in this direction? If we're invited, we'll go. But we won't impose our writing style. Our writing style is practiced in other countries thanks to our horses and the classical masters, Oliveira and others, who transmitted the lightness and the laissez-faire of their pupils all around the world. There are trainings all over the world, and ourselves in the Portuguese school, we have writers who go to give trainings outside. So we transmit through, not through the official school, but we do transmit our know-how. I understand, but I'm coming back to Austria. Is this a political will? Is it the Spanish school that is present? So it's not because the South Africans asked for it. I was wondering how it happens. For example, I was in Morocco with the directors, and we tried to create cooperation. But it depends on the country and it's that want to cooperate. We cannot force anybody. Only those who invite us.
Regarding the last question, if it is possible, in our case, Spain, for example, next week we are going to go to Morocco. We are going to make a deal with them, with the authorities of Morocco, the SOREC. This is the the society that involves everything regarding to the horses in Morocco, and we are going to make a deal regarding the transmit of the classic dressage in Morocco. And also we had the experience with Abu Dhabi. We have created the Abu Dhabi Royal Equestrian Art in Jerez. And also we have a new project now regarding different centers in Latin America. So perhaps we will have some accredited center in Latin America to transmit the classical dressage that we do in Jerez. Excuse me, because I wanted to answer the question to this lady.
Oui, j'ai une question.
I have a question regarding the saddling of horses and the equipment of riders. How do you proceed in the different, how do you buy those equipments in the different schools?
Nous avons,
As part of the Cadre Noir, we try as much as possible to showcase French work. Regarding the saddling material, we have a network of saddle makers all over France who identically replicate French-style saddles, be it dressage or piqué saddles, and we do the same for the bridles. However, it's difficult to find the traditional nips or bits for two reasons. The molds have disappeared, so you have to recreate them, which is very complicated. So we do it little by little. As part of animal well-being, we have standards now, which we need to meet, the FEI standards for everything in steel, for the bits, in order to make sure that we meet the recommendations. So we need to maintain the tradition but continue to evolve as well. That's for the material. As for the costumes, we work with specialists, mainly military tailors, to continue to use the textiles that are as close as possible to what used to be 200 years ago. However, we're facing the same issue for our buttons. It's the same. These come from molds, and they have disappeared over time. In order to create 100 buttons, a company asked us to order 1,000. And when we ask for 100, then they tell us they can do it bit by bit. So finding the equipment and the material, maintaining. For saddles, we have a network of saddle makers, but it's not always easy. Then, regarding the boots, we want to keep a French style, and same, we have boot makers in the Saumur region. There has been a large campaign by the equestrian chief and the previous one, so that every equerry can be dressed in the same way. Because some might have Italian boots, they're all good, but there's different styles. So we have had a campaign so that everybody is dressed the same way. But getting the material today in France, when it's only a few pieces, is not always very easy.
So if I can answer, I'll also answer the question before, because we have a lot of international cooperation through the protocol honorary services and also for the patrols and public security. Notably this year at the training center, we had a Jordanian rider following our basic training, the cavalry certificate, and we have a Qatari who is following the training as a monitor. Last year we had a Jordanian and a Mexican for the monitor training. And it's always at the request of other partners. We are capable of sending our monitors and trainers elsewhere, working on these services for the saddles, etc., and the equipment. Everything that can be bought off the shelf on the market is bought, and we have public procurement contracts for that. The suppliers put in bids. But for the harnesses and saddles, we have our own saddle maker, and there is the transmission of that know-how, which is not easy. Recruiting people who want to stay with us with military status is not always easy. Often people can get more money elsewhere, but we have managed to uphold this tradition and to pass it on. And we have for the helmets, for the saddles, for the helmets, it's more than 160 items, 160 components which have to be put together to make the helmet. And this is something that exists nowhere else. So it really has to be, the training has to be done in-house. And then we have the blacksmiths who are there producing the French-style shoes in their forges, and we hope that there will be a demonstration tomorrow if it's not raining too much. So for us, we have saddles which are a partnership with Hermes. We have Hermes saddles, the arpège saddle, a dressage saddle, which is a very good one. I can recommend it to anybody who might be interested. And for the costumes, they are made by Dries van Noten, the designer, with gold thread, etc. And we also use Portuguese saddles for the horseback fencing because there's a lot of movement. We lean forward, backwards, and so that provides good support for the rider. So we use those Portuguese And for the boots from Saumur, Joël Albert, a model which was designed with Bartabas. We wanted a special design for that. So to conclude this discussion, which has been very interesting about the equipment, perhaps we could also, as a conclusion, and people are gesturing at me that we need to get ready to head off for the visit, but perhaps here there is another tradition with a very specific tradition and a certain independence, autonomy, the tradition, notably in terms of saddles, boots, etc. And uniforms, perhaps. Perhaps there's something that they would like to say on this. Apparently, there haven't been a lot of changes over the years in that.
The riding school in Vienna, we have our own saddler. He fits all our saddles. They are bought from also various saddle makers around Vienna or Germany and Switzerland. We have our uniform is with buckskin breeches. The uniform goes back to the Napoleonic era. Of course, it's not changed since 1813, I think so. So we have it since a while. Also the cavisons, the nosebands, everything is very old. I would say at least 300 years old, but of course always renewed. Yeah, we have a school saddle. If the horses are in the performance, we have a school saddle and a Goldzeug, we call it. So it's a golden tag for the horses. Yeah.
Au Portugal, on essaie de maintenir les.
In Portugal, we still have the hat and the costumes of the 18th century with tailors, if you use that word in French, who make an almost exact copy. For the saddles, we still uphold the saddles used in bullfighting. So we uphold that tradition. So the craftsmen, the craftspeople who make these saddles, but obviously when we have a lot of demand, it's difficult for them to meet that demand. But the saddles we use every day are based on design from the 19th century. But many of them are bought in Spain, unfortunately, because the top-level craftspeople for the saddles, they just can't meet our demand. We need the saddles in 2 months' time, and in that case, we have to go to Spain. There's Zaldi in Spain who produces them quickly, and for the boots, for the boots, there are boot makers with with a special design, and with gaiters as well, and so a design from the 18th century there too. Can we continue or not? I had a question, if I can. I had another question to express my admiration. We really have Europe's finest in equestrianism here. What worries me is the level for the work for the people working in the stables. I'm German, and I see that in Germany and Austria, there's a bit of a return to this academic riding with new associations. But how do you see the future for horse riding, for just the general public, for normal people to get the chance to use the horse better? I've lived for 20 years in Paris. I see the horse riding clubs, which aren't always good for the well-being of the horse or of the rider, for that matter. What what can be done about this for the horse riding for the general public? I would be tempted to speak first on this and to say that it's true that for a couple of decades there, horse riding really became much more widespread for the general public. We moved from a rural world in the countryside where children were familiar with animals and with horses, and where there were horsemen and women because people lived in this rural world, to a world which is more one of city dwellers today. So we've lost that connection. So I think that there's been a certain amount of time to restore that connection between children, adults, and the animal. And so that needed to be democratized, to become more generalized. But it was quite closed. I remember that to have an authorization to take part in a competition, there were all sorts of technical advisors, and there was it was very complicated, a lot of bureaucracy, but there were different prerequisites. Then it became much more widespread for the general public perhaps. I think that today, perhaps the French Equestrian Federation is starting to restore a certain number of criteria which can make it possible to reorganize horse riding in the country. Obviously, we've perhaps lost a certain number of people who might have headed off in the wrong direction. But I do believe that I spend a lot of time in amateur competitions or things for professionals. Among the professionals, I would say there's not too much of a problem, but among the amateurs, I would say that I perhaps have the feeling that in the profession, there's been a sort of selection. We have professionals who are there to supervise young people horse riding. And when I hear them, I do get the impression that over the last 4 or 5 years, things have been much more sound, much more respectful of the horses, as was said earlier. Obviously, there will always be things which aren't right, but I do think the French Equestrian Federation has become aware of the issue and is beginning to get things back up to the right level. But obviously, that's just a personal opinion. We need to allow our colleague to leave as she will be giving the presentation. I just wanted to say goodbye, and I'm going to go get my horse, and we'll be starting with a carousel, and so I'll be part of that. So I have to head off to find my horse. If we could give a round of applause to all our participants, all our speakers. But it's not totally finished. You can leave. It's not totally finished. Perhaps we can conclude with that. Or is there one last question? I had a question. Hello. I had a question. Thank you for this very interesting discussion. But I had a question which is a more technical one about dressage. I wanted to know if in your different schools, how you address the question of the transmission to your personnel of technical know-how, which is inherent to the French tradition, things which are now very outdated with the hand and different attitudes. In competition, we see things which perhaps aren't entirely compliant. So what's your view on this? I'm going to react very quickly, because when you say that in competition, because that's prohibited, so there have been in the past a lot of things, but it's no longer. It was perhaps reused in competition by the Germans and Dutch 30 or 40 years ago, but it is now forbidden. So there was another aspect of your question, but there are. So on these, there are poor riders everywhere. We saw at the Olympic Games some magnificent attitudes, and we really, everything was very good, but that's in terms of the presentation. But as we saw in the old engravings, you see horses which have been, and also to agree with Alain Franqueville, and without wishing to speak on behalf of our chief equerry at the Cadre Noir. We have, with the chief equerry at the Cadre Noir and her deputies, we've set up an ethics committee, which is very clear that we mustn't confuse the means and the method and the different attitudes. It's extremely important to remain in line with the codes established by the International Federation and the French Equestrian Federation. As Anne said very clearly, there are things that are prohibited. We're very attentive to this. We cannot be behind each equerry to check what they're doing at all times, but we're not fools, we know, but the chief equerry is very, very attentive to animal well-being. It's a former Olympic champion, has done very high-level competition, has seen many different practices. But we have very clear ideas of what we want and what we do not want at the Cadre Noir, and the ethics committee meets once quarterly, and we study all the different cases, and we try to get our horses into the right place for each horse so that our equerries never really step out of line or never need to step out of line. We have to find the right place for each horse and to track the equerries, not leave them just alone when they have difficulties. And that's for the older, more experienced colleagues to guide them. But as you see, we try as much as we can to set an example, but we can't be behind each competitor, each rider. But I would say that I think that our institutions are trying to set the example according to our means. That was the last question, because we have the equestrian presentation in just a few minutes. That really was a most interesting discussion. We need to stop there because we really need to go out, and I can't hear what the person is saying because they don't have a microphone. If I could answer on your question, because the question of the retirement of the horses is important. We buy the horses when they are 3 years old, and they depart at between the age of 16 and 18. And at that point, either it's their rider or one of the riders of the Republican Guard that takes them, or a civilian who has made an application and for whom we have checked that they have the technical knowledge and everything they need to take the horse. And if those solutions aren't possible for that horse, we have a non-profit association in Guéraud, which is a retirement home for the horses of the regiment, but they all get a well-earned retirement. Thank you very much. Okay, we would like to thank our speakers. And on behalf of the Palace of Versailles, a big thank you really to all of you. It was a great opportunity to have you all here. So really, I think it was an honor for us, the first time to have such a prestigious panel here at the Palace of Versailles. So really, can you hear me? Okay. Thank you infinitely for waiting through till now. So we're now all going to head off together to go and see the reality of everything that we've been talking about here with the demonstration of the equestrian art on the fountain. Please check that you have a bracelet, whatever the color. You must all have a bracelet to be able to go there. And please leave the headsets on your way out for the interpreting for tomorrow. And all stay together. We have to go quite quickly. Please stay with us so that we can all go at the same time. Thank you very much.